Hello everyone. Let me just turn this music down a touch. There we go. That should be better. Hey Anto, how are you doing? Hey Red, how are you? Nice to see the two of you here today. So we did have a small thing, I believe, from last week. Correct. We had a name of player claim in reference to our Mass Effect playthrough, where Richard L. Jenkins has died, as always. So what we're going to do is we're going to name this American-British guy born in Birmingham, Wolves supporter, Richard L. Jenkins. Hello, Jenkins. Kind of looks like him too. So yes, that is the one thing I needed to do today. That I needed to make sure was clean. If Cody shows up later on during the stream, I will show that to them. The other thing I was doing just before we started the stream was I was eyeing up. Does the L stand for Leroy? I don't know if it's ever confirmed, but probably a big reference to that. I don't know if that was I don't know if that meme existed when Mass Effect 1 came out. What does the L in Richard L. Jenkins stand for? Yeah, it's a joke. It's a reference joke. Yeah, so it's Richard L. Jenkins. So yeah. No, it looks like it's just a reference. It's just the Leroy Jenkins reference, which I guess makes sense given he dies in the first few minutes of that game. But anyway, yes, back on point. I was eyeing up options here that we would be. Essentially, I'm eyeing up options on which members of this team are not safe come the new year, right? Who are not safe come the end of this season. As you can probably tell by the title, this is our last season with Wolves. Next summer in this game, we will be finished. We will basically either resign from Wolves or we will immediately go to a new job. We don't really have any other reason to stay at this point. We've already pushed Wolves up to one of the highest reputation teams in the world. We're a worldwide team rep. I don't think there's many teams in the world that are higher reputation than us at this moment. We are in the Legends personnel. Yusuf Yazichi's in the icons, as you can see. Have some other people here who are moving up into those areas. And I was looking at the squad and I was deciding, who am I going to sell? Who am I going to ship on from the squad who we are essentially deciding, listen, you guys were good for the time that you were here, but we need to move on from you. Personally, we know Mickey Vandermint's going. We know Lorenzo Luca's going. Francisco Trincao might go. He has a bunch of clauses in his deal that would make his deal be really expensive. So maybe selling him on to another team would be a good idea. I don't know. But there is options there. Otherwise, however, we will basically be eyeing things up with him. I don't know if we're going to keep him or if we're going to sell him, but he's around for now. Elsewhere, Evan Anto, this is a guy who I'm struggling with because he hasn't really grown, and he is a Wolverhampton-born guy who is trained at club, so it's very difficult for me to consider moving him on. But we do have an exceptional amount of forward players now, and two of the guys here are Santiago is better than him. And he is more versatile. He can play on both wings and he can play up top. He's not a bad winger either. Eric Holden is more like a Lorenzo Lucas style player. Even though he's not as tall, he is very dominant in the air. And obviously we have Evan Ferguson up top. So unless we sold Evan Ferguson, we would basically be stuck with keeping other players around. Arthur might go. I don't know, because we're bringing in Mark Way, so we might be letting Arthur go as well in the summer. But these are ideas. Shortlist the name in the game, people, so we can keep track when we leave. The AI will move them on anyway. More than likely, yeah. We've got some offers here for Lorenzo. 35 million is actually a pretty decent deal, given we bought him for 32.5. So I'm going to go ahead and accept all of these offers. And then we're going to offer him out for 40. We almost got 50 million from Genk last year, but he didn't go to Genk in the end. Right, yes, I should shortlist these players as well. So let's go in here and Teddy. Transfer. Is there a way for me to add you guys to shortlists? Doesn't look like it. Reports. Not that I see. Hey, Code. You've played 20 hours of Dragon Age. Very nice. I have, I think, 15-ish from the 3 streams I've done. The 2 streams I've done. I'll check. Sorry, I have about 12 and a half. We can do it when we leave then, yes. Also, Cody, last week, obviously, you claimed a rename for a player. There he is. The American center back, Richard L. Jenkins. He's there. He exists now. But yes, Jenkins lives forever. For now, anyway. So yes, we will be looking at selling quite a few players on this squad to help with the club's financial status and to also possibly bring in some new players to help us win, basically. We definitely have desire for a new right back. Our 2 right backs we have are alright, but they're not above replacement level. So we would be looking to replace them with somebody like a Michael Coyote, assuming Coyote is around again. So you enjoying Dragon Age, Cody? By the way, guys, anyone watching on watching the YouTube videos will see that there is there's a couple videos about to go live over there, plus a bunch of shorts that I've spent my weekend sorting out. So hope you guys enjoy those. Okay, so we've got this match up against very much. You were about 10 hours and then you were starting to change your starting faction though. What starting faction did you start with? You probably saw the fact that I was a Grey Warden, so you let me know what you think. I was tempted to play some more of it yesterday at the end of the day, but I was like, oh, I'll go watch Ted Lasso instead. I've been watching Ted Lasso. I'm ready to finish season 2. And that's been very fun. So we did not win it last year. That's right. We won it in our 3rd season, I believe it was. Let me just check. So yes, we won it last year in our 3rd season at the club. 4th season, Manchester City won it. We did not come second in that club. We got knocked out pretty early in that year. Originally human, rogue, shadow dragon. But there isn't any specializations for the shadow dragons outside of mage, so you restarted as an Antivan Crow. Ah, I see. Okay. So I think since I started as a Grey Warden warrior, I get champion, I think, because that's the one thing that I think Grey Wardens get is champion. Okay, we want to win this trophy. It'll be the only trophy we win this year. Sorry, it won't be the only trophy we win this year, but it'll be one of the few trophies we win this year. We will try to ship out Van de Ven come the summer when the transfer window is confirmed open again. Mikitani's growing, good to see. Yukinari is staying more or less pat. Jean-Martin has gotten a bit better in some positions. Good. Holden is improving slightly. Literally only did it for roleplay, 10 hours of roleplay for... Yeah, I've done that before. I was very tempted to start off a human mage Lords of Fortune. I was tempted by, but I didn't do it in the end because I was like, oh, if I play this character, I might get too attached to it, basically. I might go, oh, I don't want to play my other character anymore. So I decided I would just leave it as it was. We don't have any center back subs. That's not good. Well, no, sorry, we have one. Teddy can play center back. And Mikitani can play center back as well, but he's not as good at it. You already started planning sequential playthroughs? I mean, I get that. I haven't started planning sequential playthroughs yet, because obviously if I was doing sequential playthroughs, I don't think I'd be streaming them. I think I would probably just like record bits of them that I think were interesting and then post them, but like, it's fine really. Okay. Right, for the moment, let's focus this up. Let's focus on this for the second here. So, we are in the FA Cup final against Arsenal. We are playing Trubin, Johnston, Collins, Arthur, Aitnawari, Mikitani, Gallagher, Wirtz, Bargnani, Moreira, and Ferguson with Riddell, Maturo, Sugawara, Teddy Bearface, John Martin. Oh, there's our centre-back sub. Never mind. We have a centre-back sub in John. We're good. John Martin, David Szymanski, Eric Holden, and Bianacci as well. Everyone is ready to go. Everyone's fully fit. Everyone is sharp. At least the starting team is sharp. Let's get in here and do this. This will be the... This could very possibly be the last FA Cup final I'm in as a manager. Yeah, at least at this save. Let's see how it goes. So Arsenal are 3-2 in their last 5. We are much more flaky, I believe. No, actually, we're 4-1. We've lost one of our last 4 matches. We've had some big injuries over the last end of the season as well. We shall see how this goes. That's right, hang on 1 second. I need to pull up my phone here. Zinchenko tries to go to Nunez, but Gallagher heads it away. Arthur nods it down to Moreira. Finds Wirtz. Wirtz holds onto the ball. Pushes forward. Goes back to Moreira to Aitnawari, who attacks. Nawari tries to go back post. Gallagher nods it down to Rooney. Ends up going right back to Collins. Rooney to Ferguson. Ferguson's put one in. And it looks like it's going to count. You don't know who you want to win here. The team who you are watching. Oh, it's been disallowed. Fuck. I thought it counted. How offside was he? Oh, not much offside. Goddamn. They have Turner in that. Who is that? I don't actually know who that is. Oh, Christ. Mateus Nunes' second goal of the season, and it's a fucking absolute pouncer from him. I can't believe that. That's awful bit of defending there. We could not figure out what the fuck we were doing with ourselves there. We go from being 1-0 up to having it disallowed and going 1-0 down a minute later. My God, that's awful. Zinchenko to Martinelli, back to Zinchenko, into Turner. Turner to Saliba, to Rice, to Mateus, back to Saliba, to Tierney. Tierney to Saliba, to Mateus Nunez. Nunez out wide to Tierney. Tierney gets to Saka. Goes back to Rice. He finds Gabby Jesus. To Gabriel. He finds Gabby Jesus on an overlap. He misses though. That was dangerous. And we got a free kick here. Who's over this? Kai Havertz. Havertz nearly gets it in, but Trubin picks it up. We are 40 minutes in here and we've had nothing after those first highlights. Wow, Evan, you're playing awfully. Everybody else is motivated and ready to go. Let's do it. Alright, no worries. Picked up an injury. Elaine, I guess you have to come on. Florian's played poorly as well for some fucking... I don't get this guy. I think we might need to reconsider the fact that Florian Wirtz is on this squad. Gabby Jesus over a dangerous free kick. Gets knocked back out. Saka. Trubin clutches the ball. Oh, Moreira. Out wide to Rooney. Rooney finds Szymanski. Good bit of movement there. He finds Johnston. He goes straight to Rooney. Has to go back to him. To Ferguson. Ferguson has turned and shot the ball, and this one looks like it's going to count. Indeed it is. Tied 1-1. Good job. Puts us back up again. Ferguson, you're for sure staying on. This is the last match of the season. We're not taking off our best players this year. Arthur, you're coming off because you're fucking tired and you're also on a yellow. Alistair, you're coming off because you're on a yellow. Kenichi, I don't know. Well, Teddy could go on, I guess, there, right? I guess Teddy could go on in that position. He's not a bad defensive midfielder. Yeah. That's all of our subs made. Saka tries to head it away, but Mkhitaryan's there to Maturo out wide. Takes on his defender. Pulls it back to Szymanski. Has to go back to Mikitani, to Gallagher, out wide to Johnston. Johnston puts it in low and hard, and Ferguson's there. Evan Ferguson buries that one off the great whip from Johnston. Going to cancel those substitutes. And instead, we're going to just take off Arthur. We're going to take off Gallagher instead for David. Let him play a little bit. And we have one more sub to make. I think it has to be Kenichi, doesn't it? Got a yellow card. He's tired. We'll bring on somebody else. Gabriel goes away to Tierney. Back to Saliba. To Nuri. Up to Tierney. Back to Saliba. Up to Tierney. To Martinelli. Martinelli lets the ball run out. Somehow. I don't know what happened there. We are at the 87th, 88th, 89th minute. 8 minutes of added time. 2 minutes left. 1 minute left. Full time. We've won the FA Cup. Nathan Collins steps up to lift the trophy. The second time he's done this in his career at Wolves. Another FA Cup for Wolverhampton Wanderers. Second in 3 years. One second, I just gotta note that I have to look into something later. Congratulations, guys. What a win. So that puts Evan Ferguson on 46 goals for the year, 6 behind. We got ourselves a treble because we won the FA Cup, the European Sam Challenge, and the Community Shield. It was fine, really. So that puts Ferguson on how many goals? 46 goals for the season. Indeed, it is right. 46 goals. So that means he is 6 goals behind Steve Bull. Traditional Arsenal, let me down when it matters most. Third in the Premier League isn't bad either. We were at the top of the Premier League for quite a long time, though. Hang on, let me just go into my competitions here and I'll show you. Past positions, Wolves. We were first for almost, what's that like? From match 13 to match 31, we were top of the Premier League. So basically for 18 matches we were top of the Premier League, and then the end of the season we kind of fell off and had to drag ourselves back up to third. So in a way I think it was actually kind of a bad season because we could have won the league again this year. Florian's got himself a nice 900k from winning the FA Cup. A couple other guys made themselves a bunch of money from that. So yeah, we did okay this year for sure. We won a couple trophies. We've done an excellent job all in all this year, but this I think will be our last year with Wolves. Ryan Knight-Naori has been named in the African 11 of the year again. I think he's been named in that a couple times now. Newcastle's number 1 in the league. Yeah, so Newcastle won the league this year. 1 point ahead of Chelsea and ourselves, by the way. So I want to point out between match... Hang on, I'll take a quick look at our schedule here and I'll show you what I mean. So match 30, I think, was... Hang on, I'll find out real quick. I'll just double check what our season pass positions. Match 30 was the 1-1 draw against Newcastle. So 1-1 draw against Newcastle. Newcastle, this one. So between March 18th, 2028, we won 4 matches in the Premier League. We lost 1, 2, 3 matches in the Premier League. Drew 1, 2 matches in the Premier League. If we had won one of those games that we drawn, we would have won the Premier League. So if we hadn't drawn to Newcastle, if we hadn't drawn to West Ham, if we hadn't lost to Arsenal, we would have 100% won this league again. And 79 points is the lowest ever, I think, total for a Premier League win. We might not have gone on... We would have definitely been closer because we won the same amount of games as Newcastle. Newcastle drew one more game than us is the only thing. And if we'd ended up on the same amount of points, we would have won the league. When it comes to relegations, Bournemouth, Birmingham and Blackburn have been relegated. Aston Villa survived by the skin of their teeth again in 16th. It would have been really nice to see Aston Villa and Birmingham get relegated, but Bournemouth couldn't do me any favours there. Birmingham drew 10 matches, won 7. Otherwise, pretty decent. Victor Gyökeres won Golden Boot with 24. Ben Chilwell had the most assists with 15. Arda Güler won the most player of the matches. Hermansen had the most clean sheets with 16 of them. How many did Trubin had? Trubin had 12. Trubin had 12 clean sheets and he is tied for 4th. He is 1 behind Georgi Mamardashvili, the Georgian keeper, who's now valued at over 150 million. So yeah, we did okay this year. We were 1 point off the Premier League title. City finished in 5th. They got Europa League this year. Liverpool finished in 6th, and Southampton finished in 7th and got themselves Conference League football. Anybody else here? Tottenham had a 9th place finish and Arsenal had a 10th place finish. By the way, Crystal Palace had a 9-point deduction because they actually went into administration halfway through the year. So they would have actually finished on 56 points. They would have finished in 11th instead of 13th, which, you know, given they didn't get relegated after having a 9-point deduction, it's pretty impressive. They weren't even close to it, to be honest. But that did allow us to get our hands on Mark Way. So next year we will have Mark Way on our back line as well, which is why I'm very comfortable with selling Mickey Van de Ven. But yes, that's our year for this year. So here's the thing. We could get Pedro Neto for free. We could bring him back after selling him to Saudi for 60 million. We could get him back again for free because his contract's up. However, I don't necessarily think we need him back, given that we have better players than him, and he's also very expensive because he is currently on 675k a week in Saudi Arabia. So he'll probably stay there. Let's just see if there's anyone in here who we can take a look at. Just taking a quick look at our scouts there. There's nothing really notable there, unfortunately. Right, we need to decide on who we're selling. I think we already know a majority of those guys. We probably won't be getting any more money for Luca. If we sold him last year, we would have got 50. We didn't get him, unfortunately. We won 3 trophies this year. We won the FA Cup, big trophy, important. The European San America Challenge, not a big deal. And the Community Shield, yet again, not a big deal, but hey, it's a trophy. The new arrivals, we only brought in 4 players this year. We brought in Sebastian Szymanski because we didn't have a backup offensive midfielder to cover for Florian Wirtz. He made 48 appearances this year, 20 starting, 28 off the bench. Mikel Riddell, our wonder kid goalkeeper, model citizen in from OGC Nice for 20 million. Santiago Bianacci from Boca Juniors for 8 million. He's made 20 appearances starting, 22 off the bench, had 8 goals and 4 assists. Eric Holden from Bodo Glimt had 8 appearances and an assist. This guy has another couple of years underneath him. He'll be fine. When it comes to the challenging, we challenged for the Premier League division title. Evan Ferguson only had 15 goals in the Premier League this year, which is not a lot. We were knocked out in the quarterfinal of the Champions League by Real Madrid. The Super Cup, we were the runner-up because we lost to Real Madrid. The English FA Cup, we won. The Carabao Cup, we became the runner-up because we lost to Manchester City. And the Community Shield, we beat City in. Our 5-2 smashing of OGC Nice is apparently our match to remember, and our biggest win was against Racing Club in the South America Challenge, 12-0. Money-wise, not too bad. Not too bad. We got 54 million in sponsorship. We got 96 million in broadcast revenue, 6 million nearly in corporate and hospitality, 86 million in competition prize money, 2.4 million in matchday commercial retail. We have grown to worldwide reputation from continental. Domestic merchandise sales, we sold 30 million. Non-domestic sales amounted to 13 million in total. We sold almost 600,000 shirts. Ferguson sold a bunch of shirts, which always happens. Wirtz is our second, Luca's third, Rooney's fourth, and Gallagher's fifth. That makes sense. That looks pretty good. Yeah, that's about right lineup-wise. Accolades. Ferguson won Flan's Player of the Season. Young Player of the Season went to Ferguson. Signing Season went to Santiago. Top goal scorer went to Evan Ferguson with 46 goals. Sebastian actually had 14 assists. Ferguson, most player of the match. Highest average rating was Ferguson, and most passes completed for 90 was John Martin. Most goals by player in the match and most player in the match awards. Did a good job. Did a good job here. Ah, yes, there's also this guy, Christos Antasnou. He is another forward who is growing really well. We won the FA Cup, so that gives another... oh, yeah, that's right. We also had a player win the Ballon d'Or this year. Milestones. Here we go. Awards. He won the World Player of the Year, the Ballon d'Or, over Erling Haaland and Jude Bellingham. Erling Haaland's won it the last 4 years in a row over Martin Odegaard, Kylian Mbappe, Vinicius Jr., and Kylian Mbappe again. This year, Evan Ferguson won it with 43 goals and 45 appearances and 5 assists. He might very well win it again this year, given how many appearances and how many goals he scored this year. We are now moving on to... We have a bunch more social media followers. Anything here they're like kind of changing for us. Latter stages of the Champions League challenge for the Premier Division title. Yeah, works for me. The end of season meeting. Nice. The team is ready to win the Premier League title. Injury report: we had a bunch of players get injuries. Francisco Trincao missed nearly 40% of the season. George Chotard missed 20% of the season because he's broke his leg. Alfonso Moreira missed some of the season as well. What did we get? Oh, we got more scouts. How nice of the squad. I'll have to look into getting some more scouts as well. Facilities have been downgraded. Yeah, give him a call up. Go on. Give him a call up to Argentina's national team. He can play winger or he can play striker. He's good enough to do either. The European Championships are here. Austria, Sweden, Ukraine, and Wales is an interesting group. Germany, Ireland, Italy, Spain. Oh my fuck, that's a group of death. That is. Ferguson, Collins are going to need to carry the fucking team for them to get past Germany, Italy, and Spain. Oh my goodness, that's going to be difficult. Everyone can go though. I'm not going to stop anyone. Benjamin Sesko has won the Bundesliga top goal scorer with 20 goals. Fabio Silva went to Germany and has had a good year, it looks like. It's good to see. This guy wants an improved contract. Okay. How long until his deal's up? 3 years? That's fine. Would I sell him? I mean, we would then have who would back up Gallagher then? It would probably be Teddy Bareface. Teddy would be our on off the bench every single match kind of player. Trincao, are you willing to fuck off? Open to speaking to other clubs. Let's see if anyone's willing to make an offer for you. Luke is under bid currently from Brighton. Who are you wanted by? Milan and Madrid. Who's making more money? Yukanari or Johnston? Yukanari, but not by much, and Yukanari's younger as well. So Alistair. Stay is open to speaking to other clubs. We'll see if anyone's interested in making some offers for our team, because honestly we need it. Okay, so Luke has gone to Brighton. That is 33.5 million into our pocket. Mikitani wants to discuss future. Right, let's have a quick. Let's discuss a contract with Mikitani here. You know what? Here's what I'll do, right? In 2031-32, you will be an important player. You don't want an awful lot of money. You an assist bonus, team of the year bonus, international cap bonus, which you will get because you're playing for the Japanese national team. So we don't really need to worry about you not getting this money, basically. This money is more or less guaranteed. $2.5k. Team of the year bonus. We'll give you 800k. Assist bonus will give you 10k. Your score will also give you 10k. If we win the Premier League, I'll give you 600 and I'll give you 500k if we win the Premier League. That's actually not a bad contract for him. 80k a week is... It's a lot more money than what he's currently on, but you got to remember next year he's going to be a regular player for us. Probably because Shotard is going to be our second option. With the current financial situation, that's fair. We are heavily in debt. So we do need to take a look at options for moving players on. We also have 4 scout slots available to us, which I am going to go ahead and fill up now. Any of you guys scouts? No, you're head of youth developments. That's fine. We're looking for recruitment team scout. We're looking for someone who is good at judging player ability, good at judging player potential, and has high adaptability. Let's also just add in real quick if just anyone who's unemployed. Ooh. Absolutely, we'll get you in. Best Japanese scout we could find, Kai Tamura. Was at Manchester United for 10 years. Has been out of rotation for a bit, but hey, we have now got someone who knows much more about East Asia. And what about Brian Keary? This guy is full on England, Republic of Ireland, is Irish. Was at Wolves as an assistant manager for a year. Oh, back in the day. We'll keep you in mind, Brian. We'll keep you in mind for sure. This guy's at Atalanta. He's very good, but he's definitely a pure Italian scout. This guy has a lot more extensive knowledge. He's a chief scout at Galatasaray, only on £800 a week. You would be a regular scout, but we would pay you that amount of money. Doesn't want to. Okay. This guy at Napoli, pure Italian scout. This guy at Hanover is a chief scout. Would not be chief scout where we are. Nope, doesn't want to come here. Guy's in Italy again. Guy's a Yank. Just a regular scout, has a bunch of knowledge worldwide. $140k comp, that's fine. So that's 2. We need another 2 after that. This guy's a recruitment analyst. Would be a great scout though. On way too much money. That's 3. You know what, Brian? If you're willing to come to us as a scout, you are. That saves us a little bit of money on compensation. That's worth it. I think that's a good deal. I think that's some good scouts brought in. That's some good staff members moved around. We can actually get rid of that other Japanese scout that we have because we all of a sudden have a much better one. Van de Ven's resuming full training. Good. Bunch of loans ending here. Oh, the Champions League final was won by Real Madrid, which, you know what? We lost to the champions, I suppose, is the way to look at that, I guess. We received 3.25 million from Champions League television coverage. We received 12 million, well, 13 million for the Champions League. Not bad. Throw the lads into a week of boot camp there. The Real Madrid have won 4 trophies. They've won Champions League, Spanish Division, Super Cup, and UEFA Super Cup. So, fair dues to them for that. Rodrigo's won the Golden Boot and Player of the Season. Got some new sponsorship deals, new corporate hospitalities. We sold over 600,000 shirts this year. Wolves owner has today announced a cash injection of 21.5 million. So what our finances looking like now? We're down at 65 million in the neg. So it wouldn't be too hard for us to get back into the positive with 1 or 2 player sales. I don't plan on bringing anyone in aside from maybe a right back. That would be basically it. Marcel Sabitzer's retiring. My goodness. 24 million for this guy. How much did we spend for him? Not that much. 19 and a half. They give us 25. You know what? We'll sell them to you for 25 million. That means that when we bring, if we can bring in Michael Quixote, which is the hope, we will no longer have to worry about rotation because Neymar is also retiring. Wow, we've got a lot of players retiring. Mikitani is having his work permit sorted because he's still 20, so he still needs a work permit. He's not quite hit the point yet where he doesn't need to have one. Mikitani's got himself a new contract. We've had a bunch of players come back from loan. Zach Hull, Cyril, you might actually play for us this year as a cover option across the back because you're pretty decent on both ends. Who did we get this guy from? Oh, Portsmouth. Or Nottingham Forest, that's right. We brought him in from Nottingham Forest. He went on loan to Rangers. He had a goal, good rating. Cyril, you'll be staying with us this year. I think you're already homegrown in Ireland, right? Yeah, you're already homegrown England. So we'll be keeping you around. Oh, okay. Reece Carr. Oh, yeah, this coach. He's a great coach. He's a U21's coach, though, so yeah, if he was to go, then I'm suppose it's okay. Ferguson's claimed European Men Player of the Year awards. He scored 46 goals in 52 appearances. That's impressive. He scored 6 more... No. Yes, 6... No, actually, no. He scored 10 more goals than Erling Haaland in 6 more appearances. Wow, well done. Well done to Evan. Good thing we brought him in when we did, eh? They're saying we should re-sign this guy. You know what? Let's see what you're looking for. Future prospect? Yeah, I'm fine with that. Nobody there we should re-sign. Fair enough. Nobody there is a player who we need to worry about too much. These guys, we'll just let them go. They're not going to be that good. So we're staying on for now. Yes, so this year is our last year, so we are going to stay on for this year. That's what I mean when I say this will be our last year at Wolves. We're going to stay on from 2028-2029 season. After that, we will either move on to a different club, or I'll end the save and maybe do more Mass Effect and Dragon Age streams for now. Maybe I'll come back to this in the future. I'm not sure, but we'll find out. We've made nearly 90 million this month. Shaking my head, reminding me about Dragon Age while I'm at work. I mean, listen, I was very tempted to cancel all of the streams this week that aren't Dragon Age and just play nothing but Dragon Age for a week. But what I might do is I might cancel tomorrow's FM stream and instead do a couple more streams of Dragon Age to end the week, because I have a thing planned with a friend on Saturday, so I might not be around for a Saturday stream. That, or I'm going to stream late Saturday, which that's possible too, to be fair. Maybe I'll do a late Saturday stream instead of starting at 12 or whatever. We'll see. I have yet to make a decision on that, really. I am actually curious. How many goals has Ferguson scored now? He scored 42 goals for Ireland in 46 caps. Hey, Gallagher has got himself an international goal. Very nice. Need to play Mass Effect on Thursday for sure. Yeah, in 7 day for sure. Yeah. See, I don't know if I want to do 3 Mass Effect streams or if I want to do 3 FM streams. Or sorry, 3 Dragon Age streams. But Thursday is for sure going to be a Mass Effect stream where we will react to some things that come out during the day, more than likely. Jean Martin scored for Spain. Very cool. Hey, Dan's just played his first game for Malta. Very cool. So, let's see here. Who are we looking to sell now? Mickey Van de Ven. You want to buy a bunch of players, a bunch of teams on loan. If you're going out on loan, there's a mandatory future fee of 60 million involved. Got some more retirements happening. Just saw a email there saying that there might be an offer made for 37 million. Honestly, if Valencia made that offer, I would be selling him tomorrow. Damn it. He's set to go there. Okay, this is the offer here, right? So I can sell this guy right now and get a confirmed 24 million in, 24.5 million in. Nashville receive 1.5% of the fee as solidarity. That's probably the most money Nashville will receive in a long time. What do you guys think here? Do you think I should take the money? Do you think I should take the guaranteed money here? Or should I reject this and instead try to send him to Valencia for 37? Hope they give us a here's the plan kind of thing, since they've announced that Dragon Age will be on maintenance only and they're going full steam ahead on Mass Effect. Yeah, I was very surprised when they announced that there will be no DLC planned for Dragon Age, because they were like, yeah, we're not doing any DLC for Dragon Age because we're moving everyone over to Mass Effect 5. Which in a way means that maybe we'll get Mass Effect 5 before 2027? Maybe we'll get it in 2026? I doubt we'll get it next year. Like, if we get it next year, if they like release a bunch of things on Thursday, I sincerely doubt it, but who knows? Maybe we'll get it 2026, 2027. 2026 would probably be my earliest guess. I'm going to take the money for Johnston. We're not going to be... Valencia might not make an offer, so we're just going to sell him. Who else are we looking to sell here? David's probably easier to replace in our squad compared to Sebastian, given that we don't really have an offensive midfielder in our back line here. Right, Johnston, you're gone, so Yukanari is starting there now. We do have Connor, who is wanted by AC Milan. Right, David. Let's offer you out at 80 million. See if anyone's willing to meet that offer. It is two big teams that are putting themselves in for you, so I would be expecting that amount of money for you. I think they don't want to wait another few years for the next game. If they drop a solid 8 out of 10 Mass Effect, it puts the studio in a better place to focus on next installments. Apparently spoiler-free, DAV sets up where the overarching plot could go. So DAV could be a side outing to bring things back into play until they do another game that references more prior games. I mean, I get that, because in Veilguard it feels more like a side story, even though it's a massive story plot of, like, the Elven Gods are back. But Rook sort of feels more like pre-molded, I guess is the way to put it. Rook kind of feels like they already have, like, more personality than other Dragon Age protagonists have naturally. You know what I mean? So I kind of feel like Rook isn't we're not necessarily standing in Rook's shoes and being Rook. We're more like directing Rook slightly more over the shoulder wise. We're like, you know, we're like a voice in their ear or their subconscious. We're less like the actual person. It's less like playing Shepard or playing the Warden or playing Hawk or playing the Inquisitor, wherein we were them, if you know what I mean. But I like that idea. I like the fact that we have less of an impact on this one, because I actually quite enjoy characters that have more personality as a base. So I'm quite a big fan of this. I mean, if someone wants to come in and buy Zach Hull, I will 100% sell him. He's not that good. I'll take a fucking decent deal for him. David, Rolfpack has gone to AIK in the Swedish Premier Division. Wish him the very best of luck. I think the idea of us waiting... Let me put it this way, right? Andromeda came out in 2017. Which means that if Mass Effect 5 comes out in 2026, it'll have been a 9-year wait. Wherein the franchise was put on ice for like 2 or 3 years, and then they started working on a new thing. It was 10 years between Dragon Age Inquisition and Dragon Age the Veilguard. I think I've said it before in one of my rants and one of my Mass Effect videos, where I was like talking about how Dragon Age and Mass Effect and games in general in this day and age can't live on the making a game every 7 years format where they spend hundreds of millions on ultra high graphical fidelity textures that 90 some odd people don't use. You know, your background comes into quite a lot in DAV, which is fun, and only 2 elven gods being freed. See, the lore that people can come up with behind that is that they think that the elven gods have escaped before, wherein the elven gods that have escaped before are actually the blighted dragons that we've seen throughout the blights. So, like, the reason that someone had to, that a Grey Warden has had to kill the dragons to kill them is that, you know, it's some sort of weird magic thing that has to do with it. So there's a belief in there that, you know, there's just more stuff going on there, which I thought was interesting. Anyway, I'm talking about Dragon Age when I probably should be playing Football Manager and trying to save things and all that. But honestly, yeah, I think this will be our only FM stream for the week. I think tomorrow we'll stream something else. Tomorrow we'll probably stream Mass Effect. Dragon Age is just on the mind, man. It is. It is. I probably should have played it today, to be honest with you, but who cares? I'm not necessarily playing these games so I can make big money on Twitch. I don't think I'll ever make big money on Twitch unless things change immensely in every single sense of the world, in every single sense of the word. Where is he on loan? Sheffield Wednesday? How did he play at Sheffield Wednesday this year? In Skybet League 1. Had 11 goals, 2 assists, 3 assists. Propose a loan extension. Let's see if they're willing to extend his loan. No, they're not. Let's see if we can get like 25 million for Zach Hall. Cool. Okay. We have just got ourselves the transfer window open. Absolutely not. But not a bad player. But not that. Not what we're looking for. Not what we're looking for at all. So, Mickey, you have not had anyone respond to you yet. Lorenzo Luca, you're leaving. Alistair Johnston, you're leaving. We do not know if you're leaving yet. You do have a optional clause in your loan move that you might actually stay at Valencia, but I don't think I've ever seen those be triggered before. I don't think I've ever seen an optional clause be triggered. So you'll probably come back to us and we'll probably sell you immediately. David, you're wanted by Man United and other guys, so we're gonna have to just wait and see if we can find anyone. Guay, we've got Mark Guay on the squad, the 27-year-old elite center back. What footedness are you? You're left-footed. That's perfect. You'll play next to Collins. Basically from now until the end of the save. Until we leave. Your additional focus will be your agility and balance. That works. 13 have joined Woking. My goodness. Oh, that's right. Hang on. I wanted to take a wee look at this. England and Croatia are winning there. Ukraine and Sweden. Ireland are bottom of the group with no wins. Only one game played, though. They lost to Germany. Okay. I also want to set up a... Where is it here? Scouting. Recruitment focus. Create recruitment focus. This is going to be any position. Euro Cup. I'm going to be going for minimum potential ability around there, minimum current ability around there, maximum age around 23. Actually, no, about 26. 25, 26. Competition, Europe. International? European Championship. Confirm. Top. Put that to ongoing. There's 9 recommendations already. Michael Coyote's there. We could bring him in right now, I guess. Egon Arapi here is a Swedish ball winner who... he's okay, but he's not really what we're looking for. Bradley Barkle is there. Hugo Larsson's there. So Coyote, right? This guy's 23 years old. He's already played some caps for Italy. He's an incredible right back. He would be here basically to replace Johnston. Like, he's a lot better in every position, basically. So let's go ahead and spend some money, shall we? We'll give you 45 million up front. And after 50 league games, we'll give you another... That'd bring it up to 60 million. We don't want you to have any percentage of profit or any percentage of next sale. I think that would do just fine. That'll be a decent deal for him. Defender right. Okay. Mark Guay, congratulations. Welcome to the team, buddy. Arthur, you are now firmly a bench player. Congratulations, you are now our second starting left centre back. Mark Guay, you will be next to Nathan Collins. This will definitely help our defensive positioning. Mark Guay is a... He's not exceptionally tall. He's not a massive man. He's not a huge human being. But he makes that up for in his physicals. He makes it up in his mentals. He makes it up in his technicals. We're sorry about Crystal Palace. I'm not sorry about Crystal Palace. Crystal Palace have gone into administration. So they've basically had to swing everything around. As you see, they're 180 million in debt. Now they've back into their profit, as you can see. They have no captain. They're selling all their players super cheaply. The fuck is this? Personally, it's a great deal for us because it'll cost us like 56 million in total over the period of time, which for Mark Way is a very, very good deal. He's an English centre back. He is club trained at Chelsea and Swansea, so he has options for sure. Oh, yeah, there's also Peter Turpak here, who is an incredible American person, an American talent who spawned at Freiburg in this save. This is a guy who I consider bringing in. He's not very adaptable, and he's actually not done great this year at Fenerbahce. But we'll keep an eye on him. He'll probably end up playing for America. I don't think we can bring him in. Maybe in a few years' time when he's a bit older and a bit more refined. Van de Ven has a few offers here. You can go to United or you can go to Newcastle. He will not be going to Paris Saint-Germain, where they want to have us pay 77k per week of his wage. Fuck no. However, we'll have to play him again in City, and if he goes to City or Newcastle, we'd have to basically play him, which would suck, but hey, it'll be fine. We wouldn't be willing to take him in for any less than that. 55 million is, I think, a little bit more than we paid for him. Some loan offers here for Freddie. Mansfield? Yeah, you can go to Mansfield. Sky Bet League 1. Be a very, very good player there for him. Let me see what their actual full cost of this deal was going to be. 83 million. We'll give you 40 up front. We'll give you 25 there, and then after 10 international games, we'll give you another 7.5. And that would bring you to a total of 73 million. We'll see what they say about that. That's not a bad deal, I don't think. Oh, Gallagher played for England again. Very nice. He beat a team. Very good. Oxford have made an offer for him. Yeah, sure, you can go to Oxford. Oxford are in League One, I think. Yes. They've just not been relegated. Very nice. Also, I wanted to check. Kidderminster. Finished in 5th. Did not get promoted. It's unfortunate. We've been trying to help Kidderminster get promoted out of the Vanarama National for a while now, and they just haven't been able to do it, so... Premier Division remains top. Wolves have raised 6 positions to 9th position in the European club rankings for next season. So the rankings are Madrid, City, Bayern, PSG, Barcelona, Liverpool, Napoli, Newcastle, us. Then Borussia Dortmund, Arsenal, Real Madrid, Milan, Inter, United are in 15th. Bunch of homegrown players, happy with that. Not too worried about finding more homegrown players. We have plenty of them on the squad. We have a load of homegrown players at Wolves. Okay. This is 83 million. How's about that? Sure. So that's our right back more or less sorted out for the rest of the year. Minimum free release clause. Listen, mate, you don't need one. I'll give you 150k per week. Give you an assist bonus. Give you a goal bonus. Team of the Year bonus. If we win the Premier Division, we'll give you a 725. An international cap bonus of 7.5k. We'll give you a relegation release clause and I think that's a good deal. That's a pretty decent deal, I think. He's only getting a 5k a week salary raise from his job at Fiorentina. Not a bad deal, I don't think. Bayern have offered me a job interview. One more year, Bayern. If you come back to me next year, maybe. Sure. Go to either club, basically. They're more or less the same as far as I'm concerned. We need a U18s manager. You'll do. No interest in leaving my job as I'm happy where I am. Don't see how that's negative, but send him Evan Ferguson for a month or two. He would score like 70 goals in the Vanarama National, and while that would be very funny, don't think that's something I'm allowed to do, like legally. Lost to Italy. It looks like Ireland's going to be out of the Euros. That's tempting. Indeed it is. So, money-wise, actually, we're not actually doing too bad. Portsmouth have made an offer for Youth McYouthface. This is a player, I believe. I think QG named this guy. Here's what we'll do, right? Instead of any of these, we just want a nice chunk of change up front. Give us 175k? Yeah, sounds good. Much better. No offers for Hull. You know what? If we get... $12.5 million for him, I'd fucking run with that. He's a youth player, hasn't got much potential, is probably going to be out of the club in 2 years' time anyway when his deal runs out. I'm fine with selling him for $12.5 million. Leeds made an offer of over 600k for average McAverage face. This is another guy, I believe. It wasn't Cody who named this person. I think it was somebody else who named this guy. I don't remember. But at this point, I think we're going to be seeing these players go anyway. Because when we leave, they'll probably be sold off. So, don't necessarily think it matters if we keep them or not. So, yep, we'll sell him out for 650k. Rather than made an offer for Freddie Thickboy, an important player as a striker. Fantastic. Go on. We've confirmed the Michael Coyote signing once we got the... Oh no, that was you. That was you, Cody. That's no worries. Listen, we're going to be leaving anyway. And this means that they might get an option to actually perform well. He might play at Leeds. He won't play here. He's not going to play winger for me. Like, average McAverage face is perfectly average. He has decent physicals. He's not very intelligent. He's a good leader. But his technicals leave a lot to be desired. He's also not got much in the way of potential. So selling him out now is good, I think. And if Leeds sell him in the future, then we'll get more money for him. So, since this is our last year here as well, who knows? We might end up going to Leeds, or hell, we could go somewhere else and be like, oh, we'll bring in average McAverage face. Or somebody else, you know? No, we don't want this guy. He's valued way too highly. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That guy has way too many drugs. I don't know who that journalist is. I didn't expect average McAverage to play much, don't worry. I mean, listen, I'll keep an eye on him now. Because now we know that he's going somewhere where he will probably end up playing. Because Leeds are bad. I think Leeds just got relegated. I'll check, actually. Did Leeds get relegated? I think they're in the Premier League, are they? No, they're 15th in the Premier League, probably meaning that they need people who they can actually play on the squad. Because if we go to their senior team here, Ian Meslier is probably their best player, but he looks like he's probably going to be on the way out this year. And they have Stephen Jones, who is a... I think that's all you need to hear about Stephen Jones. Meta Deverall is going to Cardiff for a couple million. Maximilian Vober's still there, but I mean, Max used to be a great wonder kid, but is no longer that. Wilfred Ngoto wants to leave. He's asking for continental football. He's not going to get it there. Like, there's loads of players here who there are better options out there. Shekizadek's joining Leeds in the future. Like, there are guys here who are definitely bad. I will say that for sure. But there's also players here who are valued really highly, like Archie Gray here, who's 22 in English and has a lot of value in him. Shortlist him when he leaves so we can update him. He'd also be homegrown in nation for them. Indeed, he would be. He's homegrown in nation for Leeds. Oh, hey, look at that. Teddy Bareface scored for Wales. He got his first cap. How is Archie Gray still there? I don't know. He is, though. Valencia have matched the optional release clause, so it's a $40 million clause with a 40% percentage of next sale. So he's gone, basically, unless Valencia cannot match what his contract wants. Otherwise, he will default back to us. So yeah, Teddy Bareface scored. Good for him. That's his first international goal. First international goal for Wales for Teddy. Nice job. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, God. I think between Mark Way and Michael Coyote. Oh, wow, yeah. We're not doing very well. We just lost to Spain. So Ireland are out of the group stage in the Euros. Then again, in the group they were in, that's fair, I guess. Youthy big youth face. We're going to reject that offer because it's not a big deal. Offers have been made 11.5 million. Accept all those offers. 11.5 million for Zach Hull is great. He's a growing striker, but he has no real potential past his initial growth. He's really short, which does not help. He's not super fast. He has really good acceleration, but he doesn't have great pace. He probably won't play for us. So getting 11 million for him will help. Van de Ven very well might be going to Newcastle, which honestly I'm happy with. Newcastle have made a Zach Hull offer as well. Yeah, you can have him as well if you want. 11.5 million is 11.5 million. I don't care where it's coming from. Mickey Van de Ven's gone to Newcastle, 55 million. We had 52 million added to our bank because of that. I think we spent 69 million on him, didn't we? No, 60. We saved an extra 9 million. Probably in international appearances, maybe. I don't know. But he's gone now. It wasn't as much money as we probably would have hoped, but hey, 55 million for him is better than we could have probably hoped for in the future. In the future, we wouldn't have been able to get that much money for him in the future. It also puts us in the positive money wise. For Ireland, it's an achievement just to qualify. That's true. If I go to where is it here? That's international games. Here we go. In the group stage, all groups, Croatia beat over England. Who did they lose to? Croatia. Sweden, Wales, Ukraine qualified. Denmark, Norway qualified. Look at that. My goodness, Spain, Italy, and Germany qualified from Group D, which Ireland was in. We lost all 3 games, only scored 1 goal against Germany. France and Netherlands qualified there. Serbia, Turkey, and Portugal qualified there. It's harder not to qualify in these things than not. Second round, we got Croatia, Norway, England, Wales. The poll really said, "Let's fuck this manager." That was a group of death. That group is a group of death. Spain, Italy, Germany, Ireland. Oh my god. If we ended up in Group E instead of that, or even Group F, Maybe even Group C. We would have probably had better options, but, you know, it sucks. Right. Collins wants to be re-signed. I'm fine with that. We need to keep our captain around for a little while longer. Important player. Yeah. You're our second best centre back, so that's fine with me. You will play every single international cap for Ireland, so that's to be expected. Win the Champions League, I'll give you 500k. Relegation release clause. Oh, there's your team of the year bonus. You can have an extra couple $100 grand in that. $125k a week is actually pretty decent. It's not a massive improvement over his current contract, but it's also not nearly as much as we're paying other players. Just have a quick sip-in. Premier Division review. Relegated we had... Can't wait for the AI to somehow get this team relegated and destroyed by the €0 release clauses. I mean, if it happens, it happens. Signing of the season went to Darwin Nunez. He had 13 goals and 8 assists for Newcastle. Nice. Right, we're on to the next year. We have 178 million in our transfer budget. We're not going to bother changing anything here. We could be like, Carabao Cup, we'll win it. That'll give us an extra mil. Win the FA Cup, reach semi-final. Like, that's not really worth it in my mind. Like, the money that we get from this is just not a lot. So, I think we'll just leave them at the minimum budgets. We don't need the extra money at this stage. No, we don't. Also, to be fair, it means that there is higher stress on us to actually do well. As long as the domestic money is high, players are usually pretty happy about things. Okay, we also need to make ourselves some more friendlies. Arrange friendly. Arrange multiple friendlies. AFC Wimbledon. Copenhagen. Are we going to be beginning looking for a job in January? Or are we going to wait until the end of the season? Probably wait till the end of the season. Oh my god. and go away to Kashima, because honestly, I like the idea of us playing a match in Japan. Like, the question is there, right? Can we, if we look for a new job in January, right? Let's say, for example, and we go, okay, we want to leave to go to Japan. We want to leave to go somewhere, for example, right? Does that mean that we immediately have to immediately leave, or is there a way for us to be like, actually, we're not going to leave quite yet. We're going to leave in, we're going to leave at the end of the season. Like, is there a way to tell the team, hey, we're not going to leave until the end of the year? We've also just signed Michael Coyote for 40 million up front. It's a big improvement for our right back, for sure. Oh, wow, he's better than we thought he was. U21s, U21, U21. Cool. Let's assign him a squad number. Does he have a preference? No, he does not. We'll give you number 5. We'll give Michael Coyote number 2. And his additional focus should probably be... Let's go with agility and balance. It's already really high, but hey, it's free, right? Oh, you. We want to get rid of you. Kodak has a sharp increase in revenue from shirt sales. Give them 6 months notice like Klopp did. I mean, I don't know if that's an option in game. I don't know if I can like say to, you know, to the chairman here, hey, listen, I'm going to give you 6 months, and in January I'm going to look for another job, and once that's done, I'm gone. You think my youth face hasn't left to Portsmouth? Actually, what I will do is, Youthy, will you go to Kidderminster? Let's go to our U18s here and see if there's anyone here who can help. Dan, would you go to Kidderminster? Nope, cancel. It's Grasshoppers. You might be able to help them win. Might see if they'll take Jenkins otherwise. Ukraine lost to Serbia. Italy beat the Netherlands. Georges Chotard's broken leg has him still out for another 2 months minimum. Mikitani's still growing. Very nice. Average McAverage face has gone to Leeds for 650k. He is gone. We will then transfer, add to shortlist. Actually, no, let's make a new shortlist here. Shortlist, new shortlist. Old or Wolves alumni. I think that's how you spell it. Let me double check because otherwise I will be embarrassed. Alumni. Yes, that's correct. So Wolves alumni. Average McAverage face, you're being added to that shortlist. Largely because he is... The only reason I'm adding him to a shortlist is because he is a youth player who came through the team here. So just to also remind ourselves here that we are getting another 40 million into the budget from Shmi, who's going... He's going to... Oh, Jenkins apparently doesn't want to go there. I'm going to recall you from your loan because they're going to sell you instead. So you can come off for Coyote. Alistair, you're gone. You'll be gone in a few days. You know what? Let's see if anyone's interested in Mark Travers. That would mean that our other goalkeeper would be our backup. Dandy Boy has gone to Kidderminster. Very nice. Alright, Connor wants a new contract. I'm pretty happy with that. Ball winning midfielder, absolutely not. But I'm fine with you being an important player because you will probably start over David. He wants 230k a week. Oh my goodness, holy shit, that's a lot of fucking money. That has to come down to like 150. Okay, that's not as bad. 160k a week it's a slight improvement on his current wage, but given that he will be our starting box-to-box mid, I'm happy enough with that. Also English registered, so hard to go wrong with that. Right, I need to add another friendly into the contract here, I think, around here, yeah? Yeah. Let us go with... Kidderminster? Actually, you know what? Given the travel that we'll have before the Kashima match, I think we're fine with that. 102 million. Hull's gone to Newcastle, so that's him gone for 11 million. So that's some good move, I think, from us. Offers made from James Tibbetts. Sure, you can go. Why not? He was a grayed out player who we signed. He can leave. No offers from Mark Travers? That's fine. If no one's interested in Mark Travers, we'll keep him. QPR has made an offer for Youth McYouthface. Sure, Felix can go out on loan to Sheffield Wednesday. Sounds good to me. Bernardo Silva's contract at Man City now expired. Silva. Bernardo. $33-year-old Bernardo Silva available on a free. $400k? Fuck no. But hey, I had to take a look, right? This guy can be set to release. Everybody else here, though, we can re-sign. Oh, that's right. He's retiring from football. That's right, yeah. The Euro Cup here. Is there anybody else in here who's particularly interesting? There's this guy at Dortmund, who is a centre-back, who we don't need anymore. Paul Wanner. Nope. Nobody else there really of any real note. Though there was some near matches that I might take a look at. Yeremy Pino and Nuno Mendes. Way too expensive for our blood, but Nuno Mendes would be a great addition to this team. David. Let's see if AC Milan come in with an offer for you. He's the most Wolves signing you could possibly make. Johnston? Sorry, not Johnston. Nuno's? Yeah, probably. Man United have made a John Martin offer. Oh, Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva. Sorry, yes. Yes. But 400k a week is too much for someone who is, Zhao... No, I don't think he's even a coach, is he, in this game? João Moutinho. He's an unemployed assistant manager. There he is. Used to be our captain. We'll add him to the staff shortlist. Felixander, no. Bring in for the U21s or something. I think we have a U21s. Do we have a U21s? We could use him for a coach, but we don't have it. We have an assistant manager already, who's actually pretty decent. And our U21s coach is very, very good. Our U18 staff is full. Hey, Zhao, you want to come in as a coach? Yeah, sure. He wouldn't qualify because he doesn't have a continental coaching license. He only has a national B, I think. National B, yeah. Doesn't have a continental C license. So we can't actually sign him. Sorry, Zhao. I'd love to bring you in, but you don't have the qualifications. Also, this is right. I forgot about this. We should actually take a look at this deal for Jean Martin. Right, here's the question, right? When it comes to our players, let me just take a look at this real quick. Not Teddy, not Alain, not Kinechi. Markway can go out to the top there. On the right, we would have Jean Martin and Arthur there. On the right hand side, we would have Mikhail Coyote starting. On the left, we would have Ryan starting. I thought this guy was on a free because of how things looked, but no, he's not. Florian, Jurius, Sebastian Szymanski. Yeah, that's right. And then on this side, we would have not Lazar. Don't know why this fucking does this every year where it fucks up. He'd be that, and then it would be Sebastian right below him. On the right hand side, Rooney. Yes. Santiago would be probably there. On the left hand side, it would be Alfonso Moreira starting with Santiago backing him up. Up top, it would be Evan Ferguson, not Trincao, not Teddy, not you. That'd be about right. And then in the goal, it would be Trubin. Yep. That's right. So John is like our fourth center back. I mean, Jean is definitely not a... Must improve early. Oh, his bravery is really low. I didn't realize that. He's actually not that good. I don't necessarily know on that one if Jean Martin is someone who we would keep for a long period of time. However, what was that? 37 million, 58, 50, capping out to 58 million. With some installments, and after 50 league games, you give me 11 million and then a percentage of profit. No, it would need to be a lot more than that. And if Jean comes back and says, hey, why didn't you let me go? I will basically tell him the truth and say, they didn't offer us enough money for you. However, if there was a player who I'm like pretty meh on, it would be Arthur. Arthur's a player who we brought in thinking he would be a great help for 75 million. Has not really been much of a massive improvement over other players we've had on this squad. Yeah, I'm going to leave it at that, I think. If a good enough bid comes in, you'd sell him. I mean, we got him for relatively cheap, so it depends, obviously, on who's willing to actually come in and buy this player. Because if it's just Man United, then probably no one will. But who knows? We'll see. Cool. Philip Koff to Angers. Okay, so his club trained has reset, but his nationality trained has not. So I'm not going to let him go out again. Felix Ander's gone on loan to Sheffield Wednesday. Gallagher signed a new deal. Newcastle have made a Trubin offer. 89 million. After 20 league games, they'd pay us 24.5 million, which we would get in basically January. We would get that. So now if I go to my, if I go to my scouting here. There is Damien Dennis Seaman here, who is 22, who is cheaper than Trubin, who I would probably argue is slightly better in some ways. He is more eccentric. He's not as good in the air, but he is a better shot stopper. He's not as fast, but he is as physical, and they are mentally basically the exact same. Attribute-wise, Dennis is more aggressive. Trubin has more concentration, more composure, slightly more brave, but Dennis has better determination, better flair, better leadership. Trubin has better positioning. And what do you guys think on this one? What do you guys think? Do you guys think I should sell Trubin to Newcastle and bring in Dennis? Or do you think I should just reject the offer from Newcastle and leave it be? What do you think? It would be a big deal if we sold him. Trubin's been here for a long time. Not enough, IMO. I mean, it's 90 million or something like that. It's 89 million total. It's slightly above his actual recommended value. But you know what? I'm going to reject it for now and see if someone else comes in with a better offer. If Trubin gets pissed off, I'll tell him we didn't offer enough. But there is a player out there who we could bring in to replace him in a heartbeat. Get Dennis first and then sell will be the best course of action. You see, doing that is entirely possible, but I don't necessarily know if it's something that we can do. Hey, Red Moogle has signed a new deal. A bunch of new deals have been signed because of our agent, which I'm happy with. Also, if I sign Dennis now, I wouldn't be able to get him at the next club. That's true. Any player we sign now for Wolves will 100% not be available when we move to our next club. So, for example, if we did go to Stuttgart, they would have no goalkeeper. Because Stuttgart would be a perfect example of a club we could go to. Who is, like, very capable of everything. I mean, that team looks a lot better than it did at the end of the year, I think. With Mark Guay in there, with Michael Coyote in there. I mean, everything else is basically the same, but just adding those players in is very good. If you drop down in terms of club quality, you could possibly bring in Bareface and Anto as starters. See, that depends, right? Because if I go to a place where those two could start, it would basically mean that I would need to I'm fine with him going to Burnley, but I don't want him to go to Nate's because going to Burnley means he at least still keeps his he at least then keeps his English trained options. But if I went somewhere where Evan and Teddy could be starters, because Teddy is actually a rotationary player for us right now. He's good enough to play in the Premier League. That would mean that we would probably be a team who could afford to spend the 40 million on him, which is a lot of money. You know what I mean? Yeah, we'll use that suggestion squad. We'll rotate everybody. We'll rotate everybody in for the first game. So yes, if we went to Stuttgart, we would have to find ourselves a goalkeeper, and we all know how much of a nightmare finding goalkeepers is. Oh, that's right. I wanted to see OGC Nice. That's 2 players Nice have produced back-to-back as their top prospect, who are both model citizens. I wouldn't say they're bringing in another one, honestly. Cool. So we are going to need a new coach as well, because Woods is retiring. That'll be an easy replacement, though. It's a goalkeeping coach. They're pretty easy to find good goalkeeping coaches. Wow, most of the squad's actually pretty fit and ready to go. That's crazy. Youth Face has joined Huddersfield. He'll go out and play a lot of games, I think, for Huddersfield. Wolves alumni. If I go to Huddersfield here, he is their top prospect. He's not their key player, but he will play for them, which is for sure. Marcos Jimenez has gone to Crystal Palace as their new manager after they had a pretty big problem with monetary liquidity last year. So, in our case, however, we're sitting a little bit below positive. I'll have to check it. I don't know if that includes... Hang on, if I go to my transfers here. Transfer history. So that includes the sale of a couple decent players here. We brought in Michael Coyote, Mark Way, Mickey Van de Ven's gone, Lorenzo Luca's gone. So who else in the squad do we need to trim out? Who's left here who needs to be gone, basically? It's probably Arthur, honestly. I know, react well to being offered to other clubs, so that sucks. Because I prefer to keep Jean, because Jean at the very least is a lot cheaper, but you know what? If someone's willing to come in at 60 million for him, he's young, he would be capable of going somewhere else and doing really well, so it's hard to argue keeping him around for a lot longer than he's already been here. Scotland goalkeeping coach Chris Wood has retired from professional football. Then that means if I go to our staff here, we have one less coach. We need to go and get ourselves a goalkeeping coach. Coaching, goalkeeping coach, goalkeeping shots overhandling, distribution, determination, motivating, and where's discipline? I'm blind. Discipline. Level discipline. Tony Roberts here is pretty good. You're pretty good. You're the best. Congratulations, you're coming to us. Fantastic time. 3 players have been called up for the Olympics. Oh, it's the under-23s Olympics. Anyone interesting in here? Japan's U23s are here. Give all them a scout. Australia. Give all them guys a scout. New Zealand's U23s are here as well. Nice. Alright, let's see what's next up here. Going to do a little bit of scouting, see if there's anyone else who we can bring to maybe our next team, or hell, as far as I'm concerned, I'm still considering that we would bring in players here to help in the future. Nobody there really. Oh, this guy, Tuchel. He's a good player, model citizen, not unintelligent already. Decent movement, decent passing. Not a small man. Let's move him to Wonder Kids. Cool. Right, we need to do recruitment focuses here. Let's add another one. Any position. U23s Olympics. Why isn't it there? That's weird. Okay, never mind. Whatever. We've done our scouting as best we can already. Leo's gone to Derby. Very nice. See if anyone's willing to loan out Anto. I don't want to sell him quite yet, because if we sell him, then we won't be able to bring him into a club if we end up moving. So the hope would be that we keep him around for a little while. Got a friendly here versus AFC Wimbledon. Manchester United have just brought in Jeremy Joku. Brighton and Mallorca. Let's send him to Mallorca. Go out and have yourself a little bit of fun in the sun. Shotar's rehabilitating his broken leg now. It's fine with me. Wimbledon and Copenhagen. Sorry, I just realized I never updated my my fucking tags, so still using tags from the Dragon Age stream. So Evan's already homegrown a club. It doesn't matter. You mean you don't have a Quinari Grey Warden playing for Wolverhampton? I mean, listen. Don't ask about the headbutts that Johnny used to give. That's all I'm going to say. Don't ask about how he didn't have like 7 different forms of brain trauma from those. Largely because, you know, giant horns, right? Cyril Abdaz improving still. That's very cool. I like seeing might be young Irish player coming in pretty soon here. Who's you want to buy Southampton on loan? He'll play for us this year. We're going to keep him. Those of you who remember year 1 Johnny will get that reference. This load's taking a while. There we go. Leicester have signed Pavel Siak from Victoria Plzen. Southampton have made an offer for Teddy Bareface of $45.5 million. Southampton has $145 million in their bank balance. Holy fuck, Southampton. To be fair, they are in the Conference League this year, but we are not selling him to Southampton. We're keeping him. Sheikh Van de Ven's gone to Portsmouth for a loan. Very nice. Koft has gone to Ipswich. Very nice. Compile some match reports for him. Tycoon? What do you mean, Tycoon? From Southampton? Let me check. In 2026 there was a Tycoon, but in 2028 they scaled down their funding. So this money could very well be from player sales, stuff like that maybe. They sold Rodrigo Salazar. They haven't spent a lot of money. I mean, he only scaled down his funding this year. So the money was in the account. It's just that he's no longer giving them a bunch of money, basically. I mean, if we got a Tycoon takeover, I'd be like, do we leave? Do we stay and try to win a bunch of things and bring in the best players we can? See if there's anyone here who's worth bringing in. Give that guy a full scout. He might be possibly in the future. Same with this guy is Yokohama Mariners. A 20-year-old midfielder at Yokohama. He has some good stats. Will never be homegrown, but some good stats there. Yet to find anybody here who's really been all that interesting. A couple Americans there who might be something in the future. But they don't have confirmed potential. So, yeah, not bad. Sure, Real Batiste, you can talk to him. You're willing to spend good money on having him on loan. There's an 18-year-old guy here. Oh, strikers, man. So many strikers. I know it's probably, like, not a big deal, but, man, I'd love to see some more, like, 18-year-old kids who have massive potential who are midfielders. Because we haven't seen very many of those. I think probably we have some of the best of them on our team. Match day and ticket revenue in the Premier Division. We are 6th in match day and ticket rev. That's pretty cool, all things considered. I didn't think we'd be that high. Burnley's the lowest. We're in 6th with 56 million generated. That's not bad. Wolves player in last year of the contract. Nobody here really of any notice. Robbie Lewis. Sorry for you out on loan. Damn, but Liverpool and Chelsea too. Yeah, I know. It's probably because we have like a bigger stadium now. Honestly, we have the extra 7,500, 8,000 seats that got put in last year. So, alright, Travers, you need to come off now because we want to get. Oh, Trubin's fit. That's perfect. Cyril off for Coyote. Actually, you know what? Quick pick. So Trubin, why are you putting Kenichi there when we have fucking Mikhail Coyote? Collins, Guerrero, Ryan. Kenichi goes there. David comes off for Gallagher. Moreira. Yeah, that's fine. And on the bench you can put... Oh, that's everyone. Happy enough for that, and we're going to play Kashima Antlers next, and that's our last friendly before we go into the match against Tottenham in the Community Shield. Holy shit. 93 million for Gabriel Mascardo. Given we spent 30 some odd million on him, I'm kind of surprised that that's 43.5 actually. That's a bit wild that they're willing to put that amount of money up for him, but he's a release clause in his contract. 100 million expires next year. I mean, hey, listen, if they want to give me 100 million for him, I'll let him go for 100 million. Trevor Chaloba's gone to Al Hilal. Franco Mastoano. Is there anyone willing to make an offer for you? Excuse me. Evan's going to Mallorca for the year. I mean, that's a good move for Evan. He gets to be on the beaches of Mallorca and enjoy it over there. He's in the first division of Spain. Senior squad wise, is there anyone here who I recognize? No, not really. But hey, that's fine. Our Wolves squad has to be decided, so we got to do a registration here. I'm going to sort by playing time. Kanechi does not need to be registered. He's under 21. Francisco needs to be registered, but he is out for another few weeks at least. Santiago does not need to be registered. John needs to be registered. He is registered. Franco does not need to be registered. Here's Eric. Oh yeah, that's everyone registered. We have everyone who needs to be registered. Who is registered? Who needs to be registered is registered. So we're okay. And now we have the Kashima Antlers game, and then after that we will have the as far as we are concerned, the bookmakers believe we are definitely have the quality to mount a serious title threat. We are first in the Premier. We are the title favorites this year in the Premier League to win the title. You know what? That means that if we don't win the title this year, I think it's about time we move on again, because we have won the title already here at Wolves. The players that we have brought in, I think, give an excellent base for everybody else. So if someone does come in if someone comes in, I think it would be very difficult for Richard L. Jenkins going to nope, not going to Colchester. Wolves squad numbers to be decided. We've already done all this, I think. Eric Holden I might change to number 25. Jean Martin can come down to number 19. Kanechi can for sure come down to like number... It'd feel weird giving him number 7 or number 8. Where is Teddy Bareface here? Teddy Bareface has my number 27. But we will give Teddy number... Teddy can keep number 27. Georges Chotard, you can have number 7. Connor, you can have number 8. Good with that. Not much else we need to talk about on that one. Just a bunch of number changes that they don't really matter in the long term, but I like doing them. Wow. Evan's first goal. Evan's first game for Mallorca. He's got himself a goal and 2 assists. Very nice. You're out of your goddamn mind if you think I'm selling it for 10.5 million. Verbruggen's gone to Rennes. That's cool. We won't need to worry about facing him anymore in the Premier League. We have 2 of the top 5 players on the odds list here. Arsenal have 3 of the 5 with Bukayo Saka, Declan Rice, and William Sevilla. Erling still sits at the top of that list, though he's 29 now. So we have this match against Kashima Antlers. And then we have Newcastle in the Community Shield. It'd be nice to win that again, just because it's always fun to win a trophy at the start of the year. Top young goal scorers odds. Kenichi Mikitani and Teddy Bearface are both on there, but they are at the bottom of the list. I'm going to play Kashima Antlers here. They're suggesting we rotate the squad a bit, but I'm going to leave our full team in there. Largely because I want to see... well, the team will perform well, and also, you know, the people who come here are coming here to see the best players they can see, so... No. Dominic Szoboszlai has gone on loan to AC Milan. Liverpool must be done with him. Sebastian Arndt. Jeremy Pino at Villarreal. This guy's really good. Bit expensive though. Oh, this right back's at Stuttgart. All of a sudden, I'm very interested in going to Stuttgart. Given we just brought in a right back for a lot of money, you know. Nobody else there of any real note, it looks like. New goalkeeping coach, fantastic. Mikitani still growing. Oh, send him on an intensive language course for sure. Nice. English Premier Division bonus should be high. The continental competitions will also be high, but the domestic cups will be leaving it normal. Kashima Antlers. We have won 3-0. Probably could have scored more, but hey, it's a good appearance for our team. Now we have Newcastle United in the Community Shield. Our squad is ready, our squad is fit, and our squad is mentally prepared for this. At least I think so anyway. Richard L. Jenkins has gone to Kidderminster again, which is going to help Kidderminster, I hope. Do we have anyone else in our U18s who we could send down to help? Now you picked up an injury. Oh, that's right. He's not available to go anywhere until you have to be at least 17, I think, to go out on loan. So maybe next year we can lend out a few people to Kidderminster, and they might get themselves promoted. Oh, that's right. Vandeven's gone to Newcastle. We're playing up against him first game of the season. Right, we're all good. Newcastle United. Oh, that's right. Dandy Boy and Richard are both playing at Kidderminster this year, so they've got an entirely on loan centre back duo from us and from. So that means now that their starting 11 looks a bit more like this. Jimmy Partington, Marvin, who is looks pretty okay. Richard, Dandy Boy, Devin Brook, Scott Chitty, who is a youth player, Harvey Fletcher, Noah wants to leave for playing time. Eno Eto has played really well for them for the last few years he's been there. Like, we've sent them basically two starting players, two 18-year-olds who are good enough to be starting players at this team, for sure. So hey, that's good for us, I suppose. Hard to argue that. Very hard to argue the improvement on the Kidderminster defence, at least. Blackburn player Oscar Suartu has asked for a transfer. Needs to move on because of his relegation. That sucks for them, I suppose. I, for one, have no interest in signing Oscar Suartu. He's not really the player we're looking for. Szymanski set for move to Juventus, 48 million? No. Not really willing to sell him. Of all the players we'd be willing to sell, he's not one of them. David, however, could go if someone wants to buy him. Right, let's sort out our subs here. Starting lineup of Trubin, Coyote, Collins, Guay, Aitenori. Kenichi starting at defensive mid because Joris is still injured and recovering for another few weeks. Conor Gallagher, Florian Wirtz, Rooney Bargnani, Alfonso Moreira, Evan Ferguson. Perfect. Arthur on the bench with... Where's our other centre-back sub? Oh, John is on international duty for now, so that's fine. We'll put Yuki, and then we'll put Alan, and then we'll put David, Szymanski, Teddy. Oh, Gabriel. There's our other defensive centre-back sub. And then up top, we will put Eric Holden on the bench alongside of... the players we have right now are a little bit hurt. So I'm just going to put Mark Travers on the bench. And that should be fine. That should be more than fine. More than fine. Santiago's not fit, neither is Joris. That's fine. You two need the rest. We're fine with that. Oh. Did he have anyone new here who we don't recognize? Darwin Noon. Well, Mickey Van de Ven. He's making his debut at inverted fullback on the left. So this is going to be more like a 3 at the back, with Dedic moving down the line. Isaac is going to be in this location up here. Trincao, how long until you're back? Another 2 months at least? Cool. Let me just give you dribble more. Cool. Sounds good to me. Let's get in here. Let's win this Community Shield. They're playing the exact team we expected. How has Stuttgart been doing? We'll find out in a moment once we're finished with this. This is our first match of the season, Community Shield in Wembley. Debut on the club here for Michael Coyote at right back. Wirtz with a quarter. Ferguson didn't go up for it, but couldn't get to it. Coyote has it here. Goes right across to Wirtz. Into Moreira. Moreira back to Wirtz. Into Ferguson in the middle, and he's buried it. Looks like it's counting. That was some good movement there. Some solid movement from the team. Very nice. Very well done from the club. That was a good goal from Ferguson. He starts off his goal scoring record straight in from the get-go. He was close to beating Steve Bull's record for most goals scored by a player in a season. Let's see if he can do it again this year. Let's see if he can get to 52 or 53. I think 53 would mean he'd get there. Sven Botman, their centre back, struggling with Evan Ferguson, it looks like. Arda corner kick. Botman tries to get it on but can't quite get to him. It's a goal kick. Oh, there's two debuts today, Mark Way and Coyote. Mikitani goes back to Aitnouri into Verts. Verts finds Moreira. Moreira gets to the byline and pulls it into Ferguson, who buries it. He's on a brace. Ferguson already with the good goal there. Mikitani with a great pass and a solid find. Moreira does a great job getting to the byline and making sure Ferguson's on his own there. Couldn't have been a better positioning there. End of that first half here. I'm pleased we've created loads. Well done, lads. Anyone not playing well? Rooney, and that's it really. But we'll leave him on for now. Dencic to Bruno Guimaraes. To Satulo to Dencic. Satulo to Bruno. To Sven Botman. To Van de Ven to Bruno. Satulo to Tonali. Back to Satulo. That wide to Dencic. Down the line to Isaac. Into Tonali in the middle. Tonali goes back post for Darwin. Darwin misses the header. Dencic to Xerxes. To Arda Güler. Arda shoots, misses. Coyote with a throw in to Mikitani. To Coyote. Goes over the top. Botman. To Tonali. Tonali pulls it in and has to go back to Satulo. Goes over to Botman. To Bruno. Rooney picks up the loose ball. Out wide to Coyote. Down the line to Rooney. Rooney into Verts. Verts to Ferguson. Ferguson turns, passes out to Moreira. Moreira gets a big block there. Big save from Mamadashvili. Verts with a corner kick. Finds Collins. Nathan Collins has scored. Nice. Right, we're going to make some subs here now. We're 3-0 up. We're going to take off Michael Coyote because he needs a rest. We're going to leave on Aitnouri because he needs the fitness. Same with Rooney. Mikitani, you can come off for David. We'll play you more as a regista because that's more your style. Teddy, you can come on for Gallagher just to give him a rest. Arthur can come on for Nathan because Nathan's actually tired. So it's made now for fitness reasons. Bargnani will probably come off at 85, 86 minutes maybe. Van de Ven and Satulo are the best players on their team so far, so Looks like they did a good job bringing him in. 55 million. Bit rich, but hey, he's done well for it. We have now won the Community Shield 2 years in a row. Another trophy win for us. Nathan Collins is up to lift the trophy, shake the hand of the FIA commissioner. He's not going to shoot me in the back of the head for running away. He ended the season lifting a trophy. Collins is starting the season lifting a trophy. Let's see if there is more trophies for Wolves in the not too distant future. Congratulations, lads. Good stuff. Hang on. There we go. You've lifted the Community Shield. On a warm summer's afternoon at Wembley, Wolves' Nathan Collins lived the dream of many supporters. He lifted the Community Shield after a 3-0 win. We've won the Community Shield again. Coyote has made his debut. Mark Way has also made his debut. Consecutive Community Shield wins. Ferguson has scored himself a nice handy-dandy brace. Very good stuff. Pulisic might be going to Saudi. Oh yes, that's right. We should check on Stuttgart. Let's check Stuttgart. See how they're doing. They're 16th in the Bundesliga right now. They have 50 million in the bank though. No, nothing particular there. Jester Up has been there for 3 years. Nothing particularly noteworthy here. They expect Stuttgart to finish in 4th. Don't know if they'll finish that high, but if they don't, then we might end up going to Stuttgart. Wirtz has created a new record, the 2 assists. Truman has kept a clean sheet, which means he has set a record. Do I want to give the vice captaincy to Evan Ferguson, or do I want to give it to Mark Way? I think that's about the decision we could make. We could have put in a midfielder, but I think that's fine. We're still slightly in a negative. Oh, we have ads running right now, so I need to go and grab some stuff. Be right back. Right, I'm back. Perfectly timed for the ad break. Cool. Let's move on to the next thing here. So next up we have Tottenham. We actually have Tottenham away. First game of the Premier League. Felix played really well for his loan there at Sheffield Wednesday. Very good. Okay. So we're going to do a couple matches and then we'll probably call the stream because I do have a few small things I need to do. And to be honest with you, I think we're more interested in what will happen next year than what will happen this year at Wolves. So I have to remind ourselves of that. Tottenham Hotspur. You've completed the recovery phase of your injury. You're now on your other stuff. That's fine. Probably still won't be seeing Wiggly, thanks for the follow. Probably still won't be seeing either Joris or Francisco until at the very minimum December, probably. Actually, we might end up seeing Joris back in the next 2 weeks, so that'd be good. That would be our full fit 11 back and ready to go. Suggesting we put in Gabriel Mascardo over Mikitani. Honestly, yeah, let's start Gabriel this game. Everyone else is fit and ready to go. It looks like yes. I'm going to start Sugawara this match just to let him have a go. I'll start David as well just to give him a bit of a warm up. Won't start Szymanski though. Everybody else here though, ready for it. Let's go do it. We want to win every match. Sounds good to me. Pavard to Adonge to Diamande. Diamande's hurt. Back to Vicario. Intercepted by Moreira. Moreira in the middle of Ferguson. Ferguson, good pass to David. Vicario with a big save there. Good attempt there. Rooney, back post. Headed away. Sugawara nods it back into position. Kulusevski intercepts. Rooney with another corner. Back post. Ferguson heads it back to Sugawara. To Moreira. To Rooney. To David. David buries it off a very intricate passing play. Let's check off the offside here. Goal's been awarded. Rodrigo Bentancur to Pavard. Pavard to Kulusevski. Back to Pavard to Bissouma. To Diamande. To Bissouma. To Sarr. Almost intercepted. Back to Bentancur. Up to Højlund. Guay tried to tackle it. Couldn't. It's knocked away from Trubin. Acosta's there though. Rooney intercepts it to David. Boots it all the way up to Evan Ferguson, who's in by himself, but he's offside. Collins over a dead ball to Aitan Awori. To back to Mark Way. To David. Gets tackled by both ends. They're desperate. Acosta to Højlund. To Acosta. To Sarr. Into the middle of Bentancur. To Acosta. Shoots well over the net. Bissouma. Pavard heads it away. Bentancur to Pedro Porro. Pedro takes everybody on. Aitan Awori's there though. Back post. Trubin comes out to claim the ball. Trubin has options here. Rolls it out to Collins. Collins goes wide to Sugawara, to David, to Rooney. Loses it to Ngonde. Sarr to Bentancur. Bentancur shoots over the crossbar. Trubin over a goal kick to Collins. Out wide to Sugawara. Sugawara attacks heavily there, past his defender. Down the line to Rooney. Adunge blocks the first attempt, can't get the second one. Pavard intercepts. Goes all the way back to Mark Way. Mark to Aitan Awori. Ooh, big tackle there in the box. Pedro Porro has to pick it up. To Gabriel, to David. David attacks, loops it heavy. Evan Ferguson buries his header. Soars over the defenders. Evan doing a great job there. Good movement, good cross, great positioning. Vicario can't reach that. It's placed in the top right-hand corner. Sorry, top left-hand corner. No position for anyone to get to him. Badunge to Diamande. Down the line again, back. And all the way back to Vicario now. Sar to Acosta. Hey Subatomic Surfer. Hey Soaky Bear. How you doing, guys? Welcome. Pedro Porro to Kulusevski. Big save from Trubin. Diamande to Sar to Basuma. Bentancur to Kulusevski. Acosta, but Sugawara's there to Ferguson, who finds Rooney. Rooney cuts inside and shoots. Vicario grabs it out the air. Sugawara to Rooney. Rooney to Gabriel to Florian. Haven't seen much of him this game. Good pass to Ferguson. Aït-Nouri loses it to Kulusevski. Tries to go up to Hoyland, but Collins is there. Goes down the line to Aït-Nouri to Wirtz. Wirtz finds Aït-Nouri again. Into Moreira to Wirtz to Gabriel. Gabriel goes wide to Rooney. Goes back and then 1-2. Rooney buries it low and hard. Rooney Bargnani has buried it. But an excellent bit of play there by Wolves. What a first half, guys. You've blown them away. Keep at it. Kulusevski, Gueye heads it away. Rooney's there. Good pass to Sugawara. Into Collins. Back out to Sugawara. Gives Rooney time to reset in his position. Down the line to Ferguson, who goes to Gabriel. Unfortunately, he's intercepted by Okafor. Kulusevski has it out wide. He attacks down the line, goes back to Pedro Porro, who's being pressed by Moreira. Moreira tries to go to Kulusevski, but can't. Aït-Nouri's there. Ferguson goes down the line to... Aït-Nouri went down the line to Ferguson. Wirtz tries to go wide to Rooney, but bad pass. Acosta's there. Kulusevski to Ismail Assar. Ismail Assar, he's at the byline. Turns back around, goes to Pedro, shoots and goes well over the crossbar. Some attempts were made there, guys. Not the best passing I've seen, to be honest. Right, Florian. You can come off versus Mansky. I'm going to let him have a run of form here to get fit. Gabriel to Rooney. Rooney finds Ferguson. He's in behind here. Vicario makes an easy save. But they forced him to make a save. Sugawara to Gabriel, who goes to Gueye. Loses it immediately, but intercepts it again. Aït-Nouri to Gueye to Trubin. Trubin to Collins. Collins to Sugawara. To Rooney. Into the middle to Gabriel. To Sugawara, down the line to Rooney. Into Gabriel Moscardo. To Szymanski. Sar intercepts. Szymanski fights it back though. Kulusevski takes it off of Moreira. Pedro Porro has it. To Pavard. To Bentancur. To Acosta, who's past his defender. Okafor makes a good first pass to Sar. Aït-Nouri blocks it somehow. Concedes a corner. Kulusevski with a corner. Goes to Okafor on the edge. Goes all the way back to Kulusevski at the byline. Into Diamande. Back to Kulusevski. End of the highlight. Rooney to Szymanski. Goes back to Rooney. Rooney inside. Shoots. Easy shot for Vicario to save. We're far enough in here now that I'm going to make a sub for Evan, because I do not want him getting worn out over the period of the season. Also, do I have another sub to make? 1, 2, 3, 4. I do have another sub to make. Ryan, you can come off for Maturo. That works for me. David to Sugawara, Sugawara to Gabriel, Gabriel to Szymanski. Szymanski goes back to Arthur, who goes back to Szymanski to Maturo out wide. Maturo into Bianacci, blocked Holden, passes to David. Eric Holden with a good assist there. David has 2 goals, nice brace. Good stuff. Intercepted there. Pedro Porro to Bissouma. To Bentancur. To Madison. Has to go back to Bissouma. To Madison again. To Dorrington. To Pedro Porro. To Bissouma. To Udunge. To Bissouma. To Sarr. Madison. To Bentancur, passes it out wide. Back to Madison. Can't keep that one out. James Madison has scored a consolation goal in the 95th minute. To be fair, somewhat deserved. Some more good performances from Richard and Dan. Very pleased how you played last match, guys. Good stuff. There we go. Now, we have a week between this match and the next match anyway, so everyone will be fully fit. So we're pretty happy on that one. Alright, well, since we're not going to be able to sell him for the amount of money that we wanted to sell him for, let's see if we can get a decent deal for this guy. Regular starters, not terrible playing time. $95K a week. We'll give you 7 million there. We'll give you 500K there. Periods fee, team of the year bonus. We'll up that. If you actually make it to team of the year, I'll give you 500. I'll give you 500 grand. I'll give you an assist bonus of 1250, an assist bonus of the same. give you a landmark assist bonus of 10. Make it to 10 assists, I'll give you 450k. Okay, he's come down a bit there. Okay, that's not terrible. It's a decent enough deal. I'll take that. Even though I was considering selling him, I think keeping him around is fine. We've sold nearly 28,000 season tickets. Season tickets of 33 million in revenue, 50 million in sponsorship, 158 million in player sales, and we are still in the red. You know what? Maybe we should have considered selling David over keeping him around, but you know what? It's fine. We went from being over 170 million in the negative to being in the positive for a while there, so you know what? I think it's fine. Anto scored a goal for Mallorca. Very nice. This is a guy who I'd consider selling if we could sell him, but no one's really interested in him, it seems. But he can at the very least cover our front line. Joris, how long until you're back? A couple weeks. Francisco, about the same. John will be back relatively soon as well, so we'll have another substitute at our centre-back line. Fabian Hürzer has gone to West Ham. Chelsea just beat Liverpool. Pretty happy with that all around. Jordan Pickford's just gone to Juventus. So we have Everton up next. Be fine with being a fringe player. That's fine because Michael Coyotes are now starting right back, so he will probably only end up playing in like cup games and rotationary positions. Florian is not going to start this game because he had a good first game but not a great second game, so we're going to leave him in. The only interest in going there, it'd be 72 million with installments and a 50. Well, we just offered him a new deal, so let's say no. Though I will admit, signing a player for free, because we signed David for free, remember, like last year or the year before. So, you know, honestly, great deal for us at least. Getting in a world-class player for free is a great option. Truman's out with food poisoning for a few days. Means that we'll probably be playing... Riddell in net. You want to buy Dundee United on loan? Won't be happening, buddy. We've reached 300 games of management. Celebrate 300 game of football. Wolverhampton Wanderers play Everton. This to be our 300th game, and 300 game managing Wolves as well, actually. Because we've not managed any other teams yet in this save. So that'll be interesting. That's fun. 300 games of management. Return. Work training really messes up with your stream watching and you don't like it. I mean, that's fine. You're doing your job. I mean, listen, I'd be the same if I was working and I'd be like, oh, I'm sitting here having a great time. Also, wow, it got dark really quick. Right, let's take on Everton. And then we have Manchester United after that as well. Truman's 27 now. Wild to think that we brought him in when he was 24. He's had some good years for us, for sure. He is not going to be starting in this game, though. He's not fully fit, and we don't believe in starting fully, not fully fit players. So we will be starting Mikael Riddell in net, the 20-year-old sweeper keeper, who has potential, a lot of it too, and is either-footed. So we'll start Bianacci. Yeah, it's a good rotation of players out there today, but that's fine. Everyone's ready for it. We're favorites, guys, and I want you to play like it. Home game versus Everton. We're at the Molineux. Let's get into it. Coyote to Bianacci, intercepted, but goes straight to Guay. Teddy Bareface is there to Szymanski. Over the top to Bianacci. Milovenko is there. Boots of the way. Headed back to Onana, to Garner, to Pedersen, out wide. Moreira intercepts it. Good pass to Szymanski. Out wide to Moreira. Patterson takes it back away, but can't pick up the loose ball. Szymanski back to Guay. To Szymanski, to Maturo. Maturo to Moreira. Great move. Great move. Moreira shoots. Can't get it in. Britt saves. Wide dead ball here. Arthur nods it down to Guay, who buries it. Arthur with a perfectly placed down header to Mark Guay, who puts it into the corner of the net. Maturo to Moreira. Moreira to Teddy. Teddy to Gallagher. Gallagher to Bianacci. Has to go back to Gallagher. Bianacci again. Good movement into the middle to Holden. Eric Holden with his first goal as a Wolverhampton Wanderer. What a good bit of movement there by Bianacci. What a great pass to him as well. A good idea on that knockback to Gallagher. Cuts inside, moves to the byline. Finds Holden, who's in great positioning by himself. Good job. I'm going to miss this team. Arthur. To Guay. To Teddy. To Bianacci. Good move past his defender. Bianacci shoots. Ooh. I mean, listen, it was a bit of a risky one there, but hey, he tempted it. Also, I want to check out this Brits guy. Who is he? Spike Brits, a 21-year-old English keeper. Spawned at Wimbledon, went to City, joined Everton on a free last year, and is now starting at Everton because Everton have just sold what's his name? Jordan Pickford. Having a team like this makes it hard to leave. I mean, listen, I'd love to stay here and just be like, well, all we're going to do is win and win and win. But that gets boring to watch on stream. You know, it gets boring to watch on stream. It gets boring to watch on YouTube. It gets boring to watch in most cases. But what I might do is I might make a save and be like, hey, if you guys want to have a save that starts at this point in the season, if you guys want to play it, you can. You know? Or before we leave the club, basically, maybe in January, be like, hey, here's the pre-leaving save if you guys want it. Good tackling there. Teddy Bareface cuts up. Pulls back to Gallagher. Gallagher out wide to Maturo. Maturo loses it to Pedersen, but he goes for the second ball. To Moreira. To Maturo. Back to Moreira. Moreira cuts inside to Holden. Holden makes a good move there and buries his second goal. What a great job. Maturo to Szymanski. Back to Maturo. Maturo to Guay. Back to Maturo. Maturo back post Bianchi, who misses the header, but he is tackled down in the box there. Eric, you can take this because this will be your hat trick. Penalty's been awarded. Eric Holden buries it. Hat-trick. Hat-trick from Eric Holden. Finally living up to his potential, big Eric Holden. Doing some great work there. What a nice goal. Skies it into the net. Gallagher loses it to Onana. Onana to Branthwaite. Branthwaite has to go in the middle to Garner. Holden knocks it off of him. Szymanski's there. Szymanski, who tries for the absolute worldie but can't quite get it there. Right, we're at the 66th minute here. Let's make some subs. Moreira off for Franco. David on for Bareface to give him a run. Play him as a regista. Arthur has a yellow, but he's playing well, so I don't necessarily want to take him off. Coyote we're going to leave on. Yeah, that's all the subs we'll make for now. Just 2 subs right now. If needs must, we'll make more in the future, but I don't think we will. Eric Holden with a fantastic hat-trick. And deserved as well. We have over 3 XG. Castellano to Coyote. Coyote to Gallagher. To Maturo. Back to David to Guay. Guay down the line. Takes it off of his defenders. Szymanski to David. Tries to go to Gallagher. Onana knocks it down, but Gallagher still has it. Gallagher gets around his defender. Conor Gallagher buries it. You've decided to do an extra season with Valencia to try and win the league, but at the end of it you're going to move on in your 4th season with them, which is the longest you've spent at a club this save. I'm not good at the whole like quick moving between clubs. I'll admit that. I'm very bad at like, you know, going to a club, being there for like 2 years and going, oh yeah, we're done here. I'm like, no, I don't really want to leave after 2 years. I'm like, oh, I'll stay for another year in order to help and, you know, in order to try and maybe have the club win, you know, 1 or 2 more things before I leave or whatever. Leave it in as best position as I can. But the reason I sold all the players I did before I left is because it means that the club will be in a slightly better financial position. But I get what you're saying there. I'm very bad at like being at a team and being like, oh yeah, I'm going to leave after 2 years or whatever like that. I'm very bad at that sort of thing. Maybe that's what I should do next year. Maybe I should do like a full-on journeyman where I'm like, I'm only allowed to stay at a club for 2 years and that's it. And every 2 years I have to move on. That'd be an interesting idea, but I don't necessarily know if it'd be that fun to watch. You stay until you win or until the club gets stagnant. You get attached to teams and players. I mean, it's decidedly easier to bring some players along with you. Like the perfect example is, right, if you're doing what Zealand did last year or earlier this year. Ooh, Ramon Sosa with a big goal there, but it won't matter. It's the 96th minute. But if you're doing what something like Zealand did, where he started off in like South Africa, and then he ends up in a situation where he's at like Tottenham, I think at the end of that save. Any player who he had at what was it called? Orlando Pirates, I think, in South Africa. He could have very well gone out and bought the whole team with his transfer budget at Tottenham. But, you know, that's just how it was. That's easier. It's a lot harder when you get to a team like he got to, where was it? Saint Etienne, I think he ended up at. But a player that I signed at Atalanta took him to City and I took him to Valencia. Like, if I was to leave Wolves, I'd be like, okay, I'm bringing Teddy and I'm bringing Anto with me. It would cost me a fuck ton of money, but I'm going to try and bring them with me, you know? Given that there was an offer for Teddy for like 75 million from Southampton, so like it would be very, very difficult for us to bring in players anywhere else in the world, basically, with the money that the Premier League has. But we can maybe bring them in on loan for a year. Teddy's still growing. Very nice. Oh, hang on a second. You're wanted by who? Rangers and Villarreal. Let's see if anyone's interested in picking up Sugawara, because I'd 100% consider just using Cyril instead in that position. Cripe said a lot. Yeah, it was a lot. I was like, that's a lot of money, but I'm not selling him yet. I had one guy who actually sold to Valencia when I was at Atlanta, and he was still there when he joined. That's interesting for sure. That's a wild time. Most of the time for me, it's players that I used to have reach the end of their contracts and I can bring them in. Huh. Wait, did I just see Crystal Palace have made an offer for Jose Sa? A 35-year-old veteran keeper? We sold him... Well, sorry, no. We sold him to Real Betis for 12.5 million. Real Betis then sold him to Porto. And then he stayed there for a while. Didn't play badly at Porto, to give him some credit. Going again back later if you're still streaming. No worries, Red. No worries. Okay, let's put John Martin on the bench over... Nobody, actually. I will put Santiago on the bench over David. Apologies for the leaf blower you can hear in the background. I don't know why people are doing that today of all days. Okay, they're done. Perfect. We'll have to give... Oh, they're back. Okay, let's do this. We are sitting top of the Premier League, hoping for another win against Man United, who are sitting in 5th, I think I just saw. Full starting lineups out there, aside from Gabriel Mascardo. Gallagher with a big interception there. Has to go back to Trubin. to Gabriel. Gabriel pushes to Florian. Florian tries to find Ferguson, but Pavlovic intercepts. João Felix is there. João Felix. Big tackle by Ait Nawari. Clean tackle. Into Gabriel to Moreira. Back to Ait Nawari. Ait Nawari over the top to Ferguson, but Scalvini's there. To Mainu. To Garnacho. To Thuram. To Samuel. To Rashford, who's behind and onside apparently. I don't know who kept him onside there, but that was an odd one. Who kept Rashford onside there? Oh, was it Ait Nawari who kept him onside? I think it was. Henderson to Pavlovic. To interception from Rooney to Mikitani. Back to Collins. Collins to Wirtz. Wirtz to Moreira. Moreira loses it to Vanderson. To Scalvini to Mainu. To Vanderson. Vanderson down the line to Felix, but Gabriel Moscardo's there. Tries to go to Rooney, who immediately loses the ball. Rashford to Thuram. Rashford again. Pulls it back to Sam Lino. Sam Lino scores. Out of possession. Trap them inside. Rashford, back post. Firmino can't get the header, but he does get to the foot race. Back post, headed away by Henderson. Gallagher heads it away again. João Felix can't keep the header down. Sam Lino. João Felix to Sam. To Mainu in the middle. To Garnacho. To Vanderson. To Garnacho. To Scalvini. To Samuel Lino again. Back to Pavlovic. Has to go back to Scalvini to Mino. Scalvini to Henderson. To Vanderson, sorry. Moreira takes it off of him. Finds Wirtz up to Ferguson. Ferguson holds it up, goes back to Wirtz, who finds Gallagher. Gallagher to Rooney. Rooney buries it. Rooney Bargnani has brought us back to 2-1. Mainu to Rashford. Big tackle there. Free kick given away. Coyote has just got himself a red card. Well, that sucks. Hey Cyril, guess what? You're making an appearance. A 4-4-1 we're going to be playing here. João Felix to Thuram. Thuram to Mainu. To Garnacho. Has to go back to Henderson. To Pavlovic. Goes out wide to Sam Lino. To Rashford. To Boniano. To Mainu. To João Felix. This match was over the minute Michael Coyote got himself sent off in his third game with us. Trubin to Gabriel. Gabriel to Aitnawari. Aitnawari attacking. Pulls it into Moreira. Goes back to Wirtz. Wirtz cuts around and shoots low, but it's deflected and gone out. Yep, that'll have to do. Venderson to Mainu to Garnacho in the middle. Trubin makes a save there. I like how there's no yellow cards on the table except for the one. There's only one card given out today and see a red card. Trubin makes a good save there though on that second attempt from Rashford. Out wide to Vanderson. Vanderson in the middle to Scalvini to Thuram. Thuram back to Lino to Mainu. Back out to Mainu. To Rashford. Ambanda intercepts. Goes to Mark Way in the middle. To Wirtz. To Ferguson. Ferguson. Out wide to Szymanski. Szymanski turns past to Wirtz. Back to Szymanski. Into Wirtz. Big tackle by Thuram, but Wirtz holds on to it. Out wide to Ambanda, to Mikitani, to Rooney, to Ferguson. I think Ferguson's offside here. Might have just been a little bit offside there, Ferguson. Indeed he was. Goal's been disallowed. João Felix over a corner. Gabriel boots it away. Sam Lino plays it down the line to Rashford. Back post Garnacho. Over the crossbar. Samuel Lino to Mainu. Kobe to Rashford. Rashford shoots. Wide of the post. Get me out of this game. Unlucky, guys. We had a red card. That's just how it was. We could have pulled that back, but Coyote got himself sent off, and that was the end of it, really. Alright, Coyote, you're no longer playing for the rest of this stream, more than likely. It's a good thing we have 2 defenders there we can bring on for you. Florian, Teddy, David. Joris still isn't fully fit. Still needs some more time to maintain his fitness. We're not interested in transferring him away either. Our next match, I actually don't know who it's against, but we'll find out here real quick. Newcastle in 7 days. Arsenal beat Man City. Yeah, maybe it's time we sell Jean Martin. There's no one interested in him anymore, though. See if anyone comes in for him. Might be a decent idea just to ship him out for some decent money. Joris Chotard. No interest in joining AC Milan. Solid stuff all around there. Excuse me. Excuse me, my goodness. Thank you, Ento. Oh boy. Okay. We have our fixtures here for the Champions League stage. You Borussia Dortmund. Okay. Real San Sebastian. We've played them before. Astana. We've played them before from Kazakhstan. Feyenoord. We've played them before. Napoli. Atletico Madrid. PAOK Thessaloniki and Porto. We have 2 Pot 2 teams, 2 Pot 3 teams, 2 Pot 2 teams, and 2 Pot 1 teams. Ironically enough, Madrid is not the Pot 1 team. We've received 13 million for reaching the league phase. Decent spread. Could be worse, for sure. Not as bad as it could have been. Probably not as good as we wanted, but hey, it's a decent enough spread. But the draw here today, I'm going to draw all teams. We got Swansea. Okay, not terrible. Not a Premier League team. Happy enough with that. And we got them at home as well. Excuse me. Beg pardon. Someone qualified in your league of death from PSG, Chelsea, Munich, Juve, and Liverpool. That's a pretty decent draw. That's a pretty decent draw of death, to be honest. Taking on Newcastle again. You want it on loan. You want it by United. You're wanted by City. You're wanted by PSG. You're wanted by Dundee. Also had Rennes, who in your save are the second best team in France. Rennes have done really well in most of the saves I've done so far. They seem to be a very, very good team. This guy's wanted by Southampton. Okay. Tell me if I'm insane or not. Do I just sign this guy? Do I just say, you know what, fuck it, I don't care, and sign Peter Terpak? The American winger striker option. Definitely more of a winger than a striker. But is very capable. He's wanted by a team in my division. Doesn't have a big release clause or anything. I think this would be like my goodbye present to Wolves, right? They'd get themselves a player who they could sell probably for like 100-ish million maybe to a different squad. We'll see what's the suggestion there. Rennes almost always end up really, really high in the leagues, though, I find, at least in France anyway. Currently managed by Wayne Rooney. Rennes, you mean? Or do we need him? No, not really. But he would be he'd just be cool. Like, he'd just be like, oh, he's a player who we can bring in and in a year's time ship out for, you know, 90, 100 million to a different team. Which, you know, when the AI's in charge, they might do that. Oh, wow. That's interesting. You know what, though? For that amount of money, for 104 million? Nah. I'm fine with that. Juve beat you 3-0 and offered you a job. They're like, listen, you may have lost to us, but we liked your gumption. That's pretty funny, though. I'm not gonna lie. Winner home games, no excuses. Let's do this. We're at home as well. We need to win this game. We've beaten Newcastle already this season. They've never won the league, but won the Champions League last season. Oh. I mean, it'd be a big team to go to, right? It's a big switch. If you can convince them to let you come in, you know, January or whatever with a big money fee, why not? Darwin Nunez taking on Ambanda. He's doing a good job keeping a hold of him there, though. Van de Ven cuts inside and shoots and puts it well over the crossbar. Very, very common experience for Mickey Van de Ven there. I say that like he didn't help us win the Premier League. Ambanda with a throw in. Teddy to Ambanda to David. Gets around his defender, leaves him in the dust. Good pass out wide to Moreira. Moreira tackled. He's knocked away to Mark Way, who passes it to Teddy Bareface, who turns and shoots. Mamardashvili doesn't need to make the save, but he's close. Bianacci's picked up a little knock, it looks like. Oh, never mind. That ankle has gotten really bad, apparently. Rooney, you're coming on. Szymanski over a free kick. Mamardashvili makes a big save. Moreira. Back post. Ferguson's there. Can't keep the header down. The Serie A, your save is wild. The last 10 seasons have been won by one of the Milan teams, only broken up by you with Atalanta. Ugh, that's a difficult one, alright. Also, to be fair, that's an interesting thing to go to, right? Because you go to a team in Juve who've struggled domestically. You know, wouldn't be a bad idea, I don't think. Mark Guay goes back to Trubin. To Collins. To Teddy. Bruno makes a big tackle, but I think he's being sent off here. Bruno's gone off. Collins to Szymanski. Goes to go back to Mark Guay. Over to Collins. Down the line to Ambanda, who gets to it, pulls it back to Rooney. Good pass to David. David back post, Moreira. Moreira was offside. Right, we gotta make some subs here. Alfonso Moreira has not played well. He's on a 6 flat rating. Ale Maturo off for Ryan. Yukanari on for Cyril. And Teddy, you can come off for... No, we're going to leave Teddy on. I'm going to call it at that. For now. Find a job with a middle or Swiss side. Oh, that would be an interesting time, yeah. Six minutes of at a time, and we cannot take advantage of the fact that they are down to 10 men. Alright, full time. Disappointed we didn't win that match, guys. Got Swansea now in the Caribou Cup. Job intrigued you, but you want to wait till the end of the season, and I also don't want to go someone who's just won the Champions League. That's true, they have just won the Champions League. You did mention that. Yeah, that's fair. I did forget about the fact that they've just won a Champions League, so it's kind of difficult to consider them a underdog, really. You know? Excuse me. Oh, not Gabriel. There we go. I'm going to put Joris on the bench in this match, just because I like the idea of bringing him on for fitness. I like building teams while leaving them in a better position than I joined. I mean, I am curious about how good Inter Milan and Inter and Real are, if they're that good. If they're keeping like every other team in Italy down, if those two are just going back and forth every year. They didn't reconsider the ban on Michael Coyote. That's annoying. Right, we're going to do the Swansea game. And then I think I'm going to call the stream, because I am going to have to get prepared for tomorrow's pretty long stream for Mass Effect, because I plan on streaming as much Mass Effect as I can before doing more of the same in Dragon Age on Friday, because I will not be around Saturday. I have a friend that I'm going to meet up with, just waiting for confirmation on timing from them. Maybe I'll stream late Friday. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll stream late on Friday. Inter got a Tycoon and AC or AC. That's fair. Crystal Palace have snapped up Jose Sa. Jose Sa has returned to the Premier League 5 years after his sale from Wolverhampton Wanderers. Is now at Crystal Palace. For 2.6 million, he's gone to. He's gone there. Excuse me. Every club in Serie A runs at about 200 million in debt. It's wild. That's a lot of fucking money in debt, man. I mean, hell, Crystal Palace in this universe got put into administration because they were 180 million in debt. Christ, that's a formation that makes me want to cry. Jesus. Holy fuck, what are you doing? Shatard will likely come on for Kenichi. It's probably 60 minutes just to give him a run of form. Favorites for a reason. We're at the Molyneux in the Caribou Cup against Swansea. This should be a very easy game for us. Sorry, I thought I knew this Whitaker from somewhere. Don't think so, though. There's no money in the league. That's wild. I'd assume they'd have at least a decent, you know, oh wow, Alfonso Moreira with a great goal there. I assume they have like at least a decent money, a decent like TV deal. But apparently not. Andreas Collins heads it away. Darling Ambanda intercepts. Goes wide, finds Holden with a great pass. He buries it. Eric Holden with the great finish there, and Ambanda did a great job on that pass. The young Irish wingback coming into form here. Rooney. Benda claims it out the air. Benda throws it out to Kamango. To Bree. To Boateng. Back out to Bree. Mikitani tackles. Not afraid of some cheese. Guay cuts down the middle. Finds Holden. Holden shoots low and hard for Eric Holden. Another brace. What a great bit of movement there from Eric Holden. Moreira scores himself a free kick. 2 braces for 2 different men. You think with how long your save's gone, the league's just broken. I mean, I would like to know how much money Serie A gets every year in broadcast revenue. Let's find out. Italian Serie A. Rules. Let's take a look here. So if you win it, you get 15 million, which is about half of what you get in the Premier League for winning it. There's no financial. I don't think it tells us here how much you get every year in Serie A finance money, in Serie A television money. That's fine. We're gonna finish up this match against Swansea. Right, we're nearly 70 minutes in here. I will make some subs just for fitness. That's all of our subs made. Made the most amount of season tickets, which is only 20 million, which is lower than 90% of the Prem. Yeah, we made 55 million this year, 56 million this year, I think. And I'm obviously not nearly as far into my save as you are, so that's a bit wild, alright, for sure. Ait Nouri to Gabriel Moscardo. Gabriel to Ait Nouri to Bianacci to David. David attacks, goes wide to the byline. Back post Rooney. Shen heads it away. Abanda gets to the byline, pulls it into Rooney. He skies it. And Florian Wirtz has been very, very up and down for us in the years we've had him. I'm curious as to why he's just not really been clicking with the rest of the team. Maybe it's a formation thing. Maybe I should be playing him at cam. I don't know. Sponsorship income is also low compared to other leagues. Fair enough. I think we're now making like 50-ish million every year from sponsorships. 55, 60 million every year. Oh, what a great pass. Big save there. Caden Summersall has got a nice consolation goal there. Well done, lads. Good job. Right. Stockport causes FA Cup third round shock. They have beaten Burnley. Coventry City also have a fantastic penalty win shootout over Aston Villa. So good stuff. Good stuff for the guys at the Caribou Cup. That will be, however, the end of my stream. I would usually go for another half an hour, but I think I'm about done. I'm still enjoying this save. I would like to keep going for a little bit longer. I would like to, at the very least, get to a point where I feel like the team has, where we have basically maxed out our team's potential, which we're starting to do now with guys like Mark Way, with Coyote when he comes back from his suspension. You know, we have guys here who have a lot of desire to win, and I think that we can do that. I think this year we could very well come out on top of the Premier League, and also come out on top of maybe the Champions League, the FA Cup, possibly. We've already won the Community Shield. It'd be nice to see us win the Carabao Cup as well. So we're going to go for everything. The Premier Division, the Champions League, the FA Cup, the Carabao Cup, and we've already won the Community Shield. So, a pentagon of wins. A pentagonal challenge here of Community Shield, Cup, League. So, that's our goal here. We are now going to raid out to a different channel, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Let's see who is live. United City FM is live over at their Gothenburg at the Swedish Revenge Tour. Let's go ahead and give them a raid. Right, guys, it's been a great time today. I've had a lovely time with the stream. Thank you all for showing up. Thank you all for watching. You can find the VODs over on the YouTube channel at the link in the description, so if you want to find that there. If you're watching on YouTube right now, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. We'll be back tomorrow with Mass Effect, because let's do some of that, shall we? See you guys next time.